It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
Text round
R.I.P. Todd.
questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757 354 5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Get me down off the
Good morning. We are just after 7:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from the Deep End Broadcasting Studios here in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States of America. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray, your host, as I navigate you through the next 4.5 hours or so of NFL wagering for this Week 15 slate that has a lot of fun written all over it. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're having a good weekend hanging in there. A lack of sports this weekend, right? As I was kind of trying to flip around and find a few things to watch yesterday. We had NBA Cup, which, doesn't get you but so excited unless you have a free bet to play on that, which we did and lost. So nothing exciting there. We had a good slate of NHL hockey, a good amount of teams scoring 4 goals, which, 3 out of the 4 is nice, but it doesn't cash home. No thanks to the Capitals last night. Thanks, Caps. Or no thanks, Caps. And, Charles Barkley and Dick Vitale broadcasting a college basketball game together, Indiana and Kentucky. And it was kind of cool to have those two to listen to together, to be honest. So not much on the sports slate, kind of saving it all for today and what is a loaded NFL slate of crazy games. And needless to say, I've been kind of freaking out all week. I mean, if you've been listening to this program for the season or you're new, if you're new, let me just start there. We are designed to invest the minimum to make the maximum amount of money. That's kind of our theory here. We can turn 10 or 20 bucks into a couple hundred or a couple thousand on any given ticket. And we'll repeat winners on the frequency enough to where we don't get into a negative. So on a lot of these sports gambling shows, you'll hear about how parlays are so bad and don't do them. Well, I'm here to tell you that we can put down a $20 parlay, win you $2,000, or win ourselves $2,000. Hopefully you're thinking for yourself a little bit. And honestly, within those next, let's say, 50 opportunities, 100 opportunities is what you have after that before you go back into the red. After those 100 opportunities, you will win again. And we seem to be hanging in there at a pretty decent rate. I've been cashing a lot of just small to medium tickets. Really, the last few weeks, I can't say I've lost, but I haven't hit that grand slam home run giant ticket, winning, 300, 400, 500 at a time, which is fine. I mean, that's what keeps you afloat for sure. And we've had plenty of good picks and just 1 or 2 duds just here or there that just seems to ruin the day. Our system play, which has been so fantastic on the show. I mean, I apologize for that, but I mean, what have I given you? 12 straight winners or so with the system play before it falls on its face completely last week with the Commanders and the Colts losing by combined 46 points? Well, we have a system play again today with the Bills, which I do not like because if you have been following the show, you know that I do have a ticket for the Patriots to go 6-0 in the AFC East from the preseason. And if they go 6-0 in the AFC East, it was better odds than winning the Super Bowl at the time. 250-1 is the payout if the Patriots can go ahead and sweep the Bills, the Jets, and the Dolphins. They're 3-0 right now. They play everybody once again, but this is the hard one with the Bills. Not saying that the other two are going to be easy, but we'll be in a predicament with those last 2 games where the underdogs will be as such, as we can definitely levy the action and put action on both sides of the coin. I'll guarantee a big winner, perhaps even win more by scooping the entire pot once we get to the Dolphins and the Jets being big underdogs. But we got to get by the Buffalo Bills this afternoon in a game that has weather written all over it. We'll get to the weather and the fresh lines in a second. We'll see where the money's moving here in a moment, and we'll look at the weather forecast, which I have deemed important things to have hammered down first thing in the morning. Thus, the premise of the show and the birth of the show is to provide live, updated content early on in the morning before anyone else is really doing it. So, first things first, we dissect weather and lines. So we'll get to that in a second. We'll get Dave Del Grande on here. Our man from the West Coast is back on the West Coast. He was on the East Coast last week. We'll have a ton of picks with him on the slate, so we'll go through that. He has one round robin of players to get 2 touchdowns today. That just sounds like it could be a spot-on winner. I mean, all the reasons are there for these things to happen, and let's just see if we can follow up and have a good day. Obviously, the more points we score, the better off we are in a lot of these props. The better off we all are, the more points that we get on the board. Hopefully this cold December day in some parts won't wreak havoc on that. So, yeah, we're sweating out big time. I've been having a little bit of anxiety and everything all week. It's almost the only thing I can think about is this stupid ticket that pays $100 to win $25,000, right? $100 to win $25,000. That's 250 to 1 odds. If the Patriots can sweep the Bills, sweep the Jets, sweep the Dolphins, and as mentioned, today's the hard day because after today, if they come out victorious, we'll have those last 2 games against the Jets and Dolphins where we can put money on both sides of the fence and come out a big winner. Must survive today first. How will it play out? We will know in about 8 hours or so how this is heading. All right, so an exciting morning all around in that regard as my huge ticket is live. We'll rotate some other tickets on screen once I get those up a little bit later on. I'm a little bit behind on the ticker. I'll get that going once we get Dave Del Grande up as well. Might not have Nephew Dave later. In fact, that we don't have Nephew Dave. He is in Florida. So we'll see if the Ant-Man's up and at him. He's been a little under the weather. I'm not sure if we'll even get him in the studio. You might even be rolling solo with me all morning, which is fine. I'm prepared to talk. We can build a lot of tickets together. Maybe I'll even get my man Nick Athen on here, my old boss, boots on the ground in Kansas City, as the Chiefs have a huge game today with the Chargers. Nick has been a Chiefs apologist for years now, and thinking that they're going to right the ship. We haven't talked to him since the trade deadline. It'll be interesting to get his perspective on his team if I can get him on board this morning. So I'll try to give him a buzz, see if we can't get Nick on for a little bit from Kansas City this afternoon. Chargers and Chiefs. So let's go through the slate and the weather. And we talked about New England and Buffalo, 31 degrees with a 87% chance of snow in Gillette Stadium. The line right now, I see Buffalo -1.5 and 49 and a half. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to hedge or monetize this game, is the sole fact that, and I even see a 48.5 now as well. So this line is coming down for the total. I didn't want to bet the Bills today and have to, I could lay the money line at -118, but basically it would be a complete chop off the total value of the $25,000 ticket if I were trying to hedge against the Patriots today. And then I'd have to be prepared to double up with the Jets and the Dolphins. I don't want to leave myself with some $10,000 profit after I hedge. I'm trying to hit a home run here, and we'll just have to beat the Bills and not worry about any hedging or monetary action to try to flip on both sides. So we want Patriots straight up today, no matter what is the case, and we will be happy as can be as we head into the final 3 weeks of the season. But the over-under is coming down, and the weather suggests that is the reason why this morning. We're indoors at Houston, 10.5 now for the Texans. So money coming in on the Texans overnight, 42.5 is the total there. That over-under is up a little bit. Am I correct on that at NRG Stadium? I see 10.5, 42.5 at another place as well. I think it was 42.5. But I do like the over in that game. We'll get more into that as we go along. MetLife Stadium with the Commanders. Oh, the Commanders losing 31-0 last week. Really, that game spiraled out of control. Once in a while, you'll have that avalanche go against you. I'm going to give them a reprieve and maybe jump back on the same thing today with the Commanders. We'll talk about that game. Minus 2.5 for the Giants. 46.5 is the total there. 15-mile-per-hour winds. Cold, but no precipitation. I also see, let's see, 2.5 and 46.5. All right, we are in Chicago, where I now see the Bears as 7.5-point favorites, 38.5, and what could be the coldest regular season day in Bears history at Soldier Field. 11 degrees for kickoff with the Browns and the Bears. Cold, burr. Bundle up if you're going to those stadiums this morning that are going to have these cold, frigid temperatures. Cincinnati, the same way, 11 degrees at Paycor Stadium. They host the Ravens, 51.5. I see 3 on the part of the Ravens now, and at one book, and I see 2.5 at another book. So that number is wavering. Obviously, get the best number. If you like Baltimore, you want the 2.5. If you want Cincinnati, then you want the 3. So don't take Cincinnati plus 2.5 when you have some 3s out there. Check your fellow sports books and get the best price for you. 51.5 the total for the Bengals and the Ravens. Another cold weather venue this afternoon. All right, more weather to be aware of. Let's see, Lincoln Financial Field with the Eagles and the Raiders. Philadelphia now 13 and 38. So this line moving in favor of the Eagles this morning. I also see an 11.5 out there at 38.5. So this spread is varying a little bit. One book money coming in heavy on Philadelphia. What do the Raiders have? Anything to give in this game? Kenny Pickett, the backup there. Oh, man, you got to love Philly in this game, right? They've given the bettors such a bad taste. No one wants to bet on them. It's almost why you have to go back to the well with them again today. 11.5, 38.5 for the Eagles. We'll discuss more there. Kansas City Arrowhead, 5.5, 41.5. I see with the Chiefs and the Chargers. I also see a 6. So money coming in on Kansas City. 16 degrees, no winds. Another cold, frigid day across the NFL for the Chargers, a warm weather team at Kansas City. Can Kansas City get their act together? Oh, my God, they look atrocious every time you watch them play. The offensive line has been in complete shambles. Let's see. Other earlier games, much warmer down in Jacksonville with the Jets and the Jaguars. Warmer day. I see Jaguars 13.5, 41 is the total, 70 degrees, your temperature at kickoff. That sounds much nicer than the 15-degree day that I see there. I also see 13.5, 41.5 at another sports book. All right, what else do we have for the early slate? Is that all for the early stuff? I believe it is. Indoors later in New Orleans, 52 degrees, a chilly afternoon in New Orleans. They are catching a field goal. Carolina, the road favorite, 3 and 40.5 for them. I also see for this game 2.5 and 40.5. Again, so if you like the Saints, you want the 3. If you like the Panthers, you want the 2.5. Check your sports books. Again, Green Bay is minus 1.5, 42.5. Another division leader who's at home, who's an underdog today. the Broncos are to the Packers. Good game here. We talk about with Del Grande, give us your Dave Del Grande Bowl or the Big Steve Bowl of two teams we'd want to see together, play each other to kind of figure out what they're all about. Green Bay and Denver kind of fits the mold of that. A few of these games do this week, as this should be a good one with the Packers and the Broncos. Cold day in Denver, you ask? Right? 63 degrees at Empower Field. I now also see a 1 with Green Bay, 42.5. So maybe a little bit of money coming in on Denver overnight. And what will not be a cold weather game. It will be a warmer weather game in Denver, 63 degrees. Seattle, 54 degrees, 30% chance of rain, with the Seahawks now laying 13 and 41.5. I expect this to go to 14 by kickoff. How does it not? Phillip Rivers, it looks like he's getting the nod at quarterback for the Colts. Wow. Seahawks, they've been on fire. They've been one of the better teams to play on all year. Let's see here. We're indoors with the Rams and the Lions at SoFi, 5.5, 54.5, the highest total on the board this afternoon with the Rams and the Lions. 65 degrees at kickoff there in Los Angeles. San Francisco and Tennessee, 55 degrees at Levi Stadium. The 49ers now 12.5, 44 is the total there. I also see on behalf of San Francisco, 12.5, 44.5. AT&T Stadium tonight with Dallas, 5.5, 47.5. So no line movement really there. We won't have to worry about precipitation, but a cold day out there if you're tailgating in Dallas. 35 degrees. The other sports books at 5.5 and 47.5. And we're stagnant tomorrow night. 20 degrees at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. Dolphins and Steelers. Pittsburgh -3, 42.5 on Monday Night Football. All right. So it looks like the money's coming in on the Eagles, right? Coming down in the Patriots total. The Eagles is the one where it looks like the money's coming in on them this morning for the most part. A little bit of money on the Chiefs. Money on the Texans. And we got some lines flip-flopping there with Cincinnati and Baltimore hovering around that 3 and changing off that 3. Same case in Carolina and in New Orleans. And we expect, right, the Seattle line to go from 13.5 up. So if you like Seattle, take them now. I doubt that line goes lower. All right, so that is your weather. Some concerns. I mean, it's going to be cold. How will that translate to this afternoon and everything that might happen on the field? The one snow game again, Patriots and Bills. That Josh Allen, he is a mudda. All right. Nick, yep, he's a good guy. I agree with you, whoever you're talking about on the chat. So, yeah, chat with us on the YouTube. Let us know where you're talking to us from. I always love to hear where we are being listened to around the world. And I hope you enjoy the show. We are all about picks all morning. We think outside the box. We'll look at every wagering angle on the board. If you're new to the show, we'll have plenty of picks. Unlike some of these other podcasts I've been checking out lately, and man, they just kind of talk about the news and notes and strategies of teams. And it's like, they're gamblers, but they don't want to talk about gambling. And I just don't get it. This show is full of picks every Sunday morning. Too many picks, probably. We got to weed through and comb some of the finer things out and elevate them above the rest to try to make a big profit. And we'll try to do that today. I think I got some things I certainly like. If I've had one issue in the last month, it's been that there's just one thing that throws a wrench into the turbines for me, not to crank out a big giant ticket. And we'll look to, instead of cashing a small to medium ticket, hopefully we can ping a couple of bigger ones together. The Ants man, he's been doing good. In fact, we've all won on Thursday night, didn't we? Yeah, nephew Dave won. He bet the Octopus on Thursday night. They all had a 1 touchdown score. I think they all had, Anthony and Dave had Godwin, Bucky, and somebody else on Tampa Bay. They had Bijan on Atlanta. So 3 players get home Thursday night for a touchdown winner, and I won with my anytime touchdown play of Sean Tucker, the running back for Tampa Bay. In fact, I got the jackpot bonus of $240 of free bets. I think it was a 240 or 230, whatever it was. It was the third time I won the touchdown jackpot for FanDuel, with the first touchdown scorer being the player that I chose as my anytime player to score with that promotion. And with the first 2 times, Barner got me 141. I got like $45 with Rondé Gadsden, and Sean Tucker paid a fantastic $240, whatever that was. So a bunch of free bets, got a bunch of plays on the board. Again, like I said, I'll rotate some tickets in. I will put those on the screen when I can. I'll get this ticker up here, and then I'll come back after Dave Dolgrandy, who's next. We'll spend the next 2 hours with Dave. Again, be patient, guys. This is not a show where we blow through things. You want to watch, you want to put your phone on audio, you want to do whatever you're doing this morning, reading the paper, going to Home Depot, traveling the interstates, and just keep us on, because we are the live content right now. You don't want to listen to any kind of replay stuff. Listen to us. Get your piece of paper and pen handy, jot some things down, and be ready to fire once we go through this menu and make sense of things for this NFL Week 15. So, without further ado, I'll come back and do Survivor at about 10 o'clock. I'll see if I can get my man Nick Athen on, and we'll go ahead and pipe in our man right now from Castro Valley, California. He is the OG of fantasy football. He basically invented it himself. True story. Columnist at Field Level Media, senior analyst at Stat Factor, the founder of MrFantasy.com himself, writes for Deadspin, covers the Golden State Warriors, everything knowledgeable about sports and gambling. Our man, let's get some picks with our guy, Dave Del Grande. It doesn't matter for me. My fantasy team got destroyed this year, but I won last year. So I still have that good taste in my mouth. I'm not going to worry about the fact that I won 1 game this season. We'll just get ready for next season when that comes to it. But here we are. We're in the fantasy playoffs for most people. Any advice going in? I mean, a lot of people will want to ride their guys that got them there, but you need to maybe throw loyalty out the window at times. Maybe if you see something out there that you like. Are you in the playoffs? Your approach moving forward, and maybe some advice out there for the fantasy people.
Well, yeah, you can go in a lot of different directions here.
Right.
And part of it is, are you in a 1-week playoff matchup or a 2-week playoff matchup? Because I think that matters. I think that if you're in a 2-week cumulative score playoff, which tends to be the case in most leagues these days, then it's a lot easier to take a risk, especially in the first week. Because if it doesn't pan out for you, oh well.
Right. Yep.
It's not going to cost you the championship. Probably you'll have a chance the following week to make up for it. But that said, I tend to be conservative going into the playoffs. I think that we're at a time of season now where these games are more important on the field than they've been all season long. So I think that those teams are much more likely to rely upon their star players than they have earlier in the year. Maybe they were pacing them, maybe they were injured, or whatever. And I also think that the star, the cream tends to rise to the top as we get later in the NFL season. So I would say, be conservative. A classic example is someone asked me this week, should I play Goff against the Rams or Mahomes against the Chargers?
Yeah.
And the thing is, that Mahomes, he's coming off a very poor performance, but Mahomes has had a good season, a good solid season. And of course, Goff is very consistent. And the Lions are one of the higher scoring teams. He's a guy that if you have on your fantasy team, you just stick with him all year because you drafted him low, and he's, for considering his draft position, he's done very well for you. But if the decision is between those two, I told him, you got to go with Mahomes. He tends to play his best as we get to this point of the season. This is a very big game for Kansas City this week. And then the bottom line is what you don't want to have happen the day after your playoff matchup is you don't want to be kicking yourself for, second guessing, why did I play Goff when I had Mahomes on my team? And that can haunt you the entire off season. I think you're better off, so if you go with Mahomes and Goff has the better game, at least you can say, I went down, with my big guns blazing. The other way around, there's just something, it's like not pitching your best pitcher in Game 7 of a baseball series because, you think the younger guy, he's ready for the big stage. Well, you know what? He wasn't, and you lost, and now your ace pitcher is well rested for next season. So be conservative, and if you're in a 2-week playoff, all right, go ahead, take your one shot, but don't overdo it.
All right. Are there any players out there on the waiver wire that are generally available for the most part that you would take a look at if you were a team in need of that specific position?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's one guy, the one guy and even a defense this week that I think could be difference makers that are generally available in fantasy. I will say this though, and this, I'll start off with a little pet peeve here.
I got one for you. In a minute.
To educate fantasy players, especially those who haven't played in a while. And that is, if you when your league comes time for playoffs, a lot of these leagues, the top 4 teams advance to the semifinals, and then the rest of the teams are scheduled to play games as well in a consolation bracket, or just to give you a rooting interest. And and I'm fine with that. Problem is, those games don't count. And if you're in one of those games, you cannot go to the waiver wire and claim the top guy and take him away from the teams who are actually competing for a championship. That's just is not fair. It's clueless.
Right.
It's like, what? Okay, I understand. You're competitive. You want to win your matchup. You're playing for 5th place, whatever. That's fine. But wait a day. Let these other guys sort between, and these are, good teams that made the semifinals. It's possible they're not even going to pick up anybody at this point. But in case they are interested, let them have, the top players that are available, and then you can come in the next day and fill out your roster. It's been a somewhat healthy debate on the internet. One guy complaining that the commissioner, he wasn't a playoff team, but he made a claim, and then the commissioner came in and lambasted him and said, "You know what? I'm canceling your claim and giving him to one of the playoff teams." That's a little harsh, But I'd rather see that happen than for the guy who didn't know what he was doing impacting the playoffs. Now, the key guy in question this week is Likely. And tight ends, as a tight end, what's he going to do for you? Well, we've talked for a month now
against the Bengals. He'll kill them.
Exactly. That you blindly should pick up the other, the tight end who's playing against the Bengals that week.
Your Thanksgiving pick, by the way, as well, in the same game.
Well, yes, and it was, like I said, it was 2 weeks ago. These same two teams played, and Likely, while he didn't have a great game, that's the game where he fumbled at the goal line. And if he had taken that ball into the end zone, then he would have had one of the top tight end games of the entire week.
Oh, he got yards though, and he got a lot of them, which helped for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was just saying he had a good game, but Cincinnati is. It's watching last week's game against Buffalo. Buffalo was throwing the ball some tight end I had never heard of before, and Buffalo has two good tight ends. I mean, that just goes to show you that they don't even bother to guard the position. So here we are again, big game for Baltimore, and what figures to be a high-scoring game. And the tight ends, Baltimore has two real good ones. It figures to be a game where they get more passes than the outside receivers. So I would say he is the number one guy. There's probably only, 4 or 5 tight ends who I'd play ahead of him. So even if you've gone the whole season with, obviously if you've got Bowers, you're going to stick with him, right? But even if you get someone like Ferguson, someone of that level, had a good solid season, probably a top 5 or 6 tight end for the year, I'd play Likely ahead of him. I'd pick him up and play Likely ahead of him just this week. Now, next week, when your second game of your 2-week matchup, well, then you take Likely out and you put Ferguson back in. So I'd say yes, that had to be the number one pickup this week in fantasy. The other one is defense. Now, defenses, are dime a dozen, and it's more luck than anything else. But the 49ers this week, who have had a decent defense, just not a big scorer in fantasy, and they haven't gotten those interceptions for touchdowns or punt returns for score. So they're probably the bottom half of the league in fantasy defense, even though in real time I'd say they're probably a top 10 to 15 defense. Well, they're coming off a bye and they're playing Tennessee at home this week. You can't, maybe short of playing the Raiders, you can't get a better matchup than that. Game that they should win easily. You got a rookie quarterback on the other side who's had a really good season, but they're going to be flinging the ball all over the place with rallying from behind, and that opens the door for sacks and interceptions, maybe even a defensive score. So if you've been one of those teams like me who didn't draft one of the top defenses to start the year and has been just picking them up off the waiver wires each week, well, you luck into a good one this week because that's the 49ers defense has to be a top 5 score, maybe even number 1 this week. So those are, I wouldn't, if you've made the playoffs, you've got a good team, and so I wouldn't normally recommend shaking things up at this time of year. But in those two particular cases, I'd make the move.
All right. Now, we inadvertently joked about it last week when we were trying to find the fun games. And when you're trying to pick out mine, you gave a guess of Tennessee and Cleveland. And I shunned that off fast. And lo and behold, that was one of the funner games of the week, was Tennessee and Cleveland last week. So you're not worried about maybe the 49ers even getting out to a good lead and and letting them, just go down the field a little bit. I feel like Tennessee could score some points in that game, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's the thing, is that I think they will attempt to. I think that they will just throw the ball all over the park in the second half of the game if they've fallen as far behind as I would project they do. And yes, that does open the door for them to score points, but at the same time, it opens the door.
Right.
In fantasy, it's the scoring system for defenses is poor.
Low risk, high reward, maybe, right?
Right. If you luck into the team that gets the strip sack for a touchdown or the interception for a touchdown, and often there's no rhyme or reason for which team gets that, and so that's kind of what you're looking for. Which team, which overmatched opponent is going to come out and throw the ball 40 times this week? Because that it's going to give that team the potential to score points, but it's also going to give your defense opportunities on almost every play to get that sack, to get that interception, maybe luck into the score. And I think that's the positive of going against the Titans this week, is that if you're telling me the Ward's going to throw the ball 40 times in this game, then I'll take my chances with the 49er defense.
I just about jokingly played a ticket. I mean, I did almost jokingly play a ticket, and I don't even know how to phrase it, but it was, let's see, 3 touchdowns each for Cam Ward and Shador Sanders, and the odds were ridiculous. Whatever it was for $10, I think $10 won you like $550 or something like that, just because the odds were like plus 1,500 maybe for Sanders and like 10-1 for Ward. It almost got there. I was hoping they were going to get to overtime. And
now, this week, now that they're not playing each other, you would think that at least in that game, you would expect, and you got a competitive game where, all right, Cleveland thinks they can beat the Tennessee, so they'll rely a lot on their running game, and Tennessee thinks they can beat Cleveland, so they'll rely a lot on their running game. So you wouldn't necessarily project monster numbers for either of those quarterbacks. Now, flip to this week when one of them is playing the Bears and one of them is playing the 49ers. And now you would say, well, neither one of those teams is going to run the ball much because they're going to be behind. And so, this would be, it almost worked for you last week, but this would be probably an even better week to take a chance with something like that. Because, you could get a couple of cheap touchdowns in the fourth quarter of a game where they're way behind, or the other end of the spectrum, it could be a complete disaster. And, you'd rather have that be the situation than, well, they're just going to run the ball a lot, so why are we dealing with the quarterback? So, you should have won that one last week.
We're winning several tickets, $200 to even $600. I would say the ranges, and that I think even last week I won a live line. I took Buffalo Bills, and who was it who ran over their opponent? Seattle. Second half at the halftime, I took the Bills and the Seahawks on the all line just for $10, and I paid $150. But we're cashing a bunch of 150s to, I would say, $600 range tickets. We're still eluding that big one. We'll see if we can try to get the icing on the cake on that here as we get into our sweet spot here for December football. Okay, you know what my pet peeve is that irks me, that I can't stand, and that I have enough of it. I can't stand these coaches that do this. When you're down 14 points, and it's that stupid analytics, and we've seen it twice now since the Black Friday game, in which it was a complete momentum killer, and then it really should have been. But Atlanta needed a million things to go right, including a fumble. I'm not even so sure they recovered. Baker to throw it to one of their players, but they were able to get home and get that win. But it failed them. In fact, even put them in the predicament where they needed the third score to win the game. But when you're down 14 and you go for that 2-point conversion to try to make it 28-22, and then you miss it and you get stuck 28-20, I can't stand that, to be honest. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I can't believe that. I mean, these teams actually hire people to help in decisions, real-time decisions like this. And you wonder who they're hiring, because from a mathematician's standpoint, okay, I can understand that your numbers tell you that when you're down by 14, you go for if you go for a 2-pointer the first time, and then you make it or you don't make it, and then if you need to do it the second time, the odds are whatever 55% that you're going to end up with 15 points instead of 14. Okay, I mean, those are just bare numbers that tell you that you should do this. Problem is, there's more to numbers to football than just numbers, and you alluded to it in terms when you mentioned momentum. You're down by 14. You've got little chance to win this game, right? And so you go down, you score your touchdown, it keeps you alive. Now you got a little momentum. Now the other team's thinking, 1-score game, pressure's back on us.
Yeah, we're going to blow it.
The last thing you want to do is, before you even kick off, is to flip that momentum back in the other direction.
Good way to put it. Yep.
By going for 2 points and failing. Because now it's a completely different ball game. Because now the other team gets the ball, and instead of being ahead by 7 and worrying about, oh my God, if we punt it back to them, they can come down the field, tie this game up, and we'll have blown our lead. If you're ahead by 8, it's a completely different thing, because now you can't lose. Now the worst thing that's going to happen is, you punt the ball to the other team, they come down, they score again, and they still need a 2-pointer just to tie you. And so it's such a refreshing feeling, to stop that 2-point conversion, and it just kills the momentum. And that was the worst thing about that game, that I thought is like, what? Somewhere behind the scenes, some analytics guy is saying, "Yeah, told you that was the right thing to do." Look, they won the game, and it goes down as now it's, instead of 55% success rate, it's 56% success rate, and the next guy is even more likely to do it. And oh my God, I could not believe that when I saw it.
Yeah. Now the Buccaneers, I'm not going to worry about them so much in that loss. They still control their own destiny, getting Carolina twice. I actually like what I saw from them offensively. And we kind of figured that they would have a chance to hit that reset button when they came home off that Philly Rams road trip. They had 2 of the 3 easier opponents at home. It's going to turn out that they're going to lose the 2 of those 3 games, which is unexpected. But again, like I said, they still got Carolina. They still got everything in front of them. I see that as a team that might be sneaky, and we better be cautious, because as we say, it's about whoever gets hot at the end. They might not survive well in cold weather, because they're going to have to end up doing that at some point, probably in the playoffs. But I'm not going to write off Tampa yet, especially if Evans is going to look like that, and they got the full complement of receivers, and now 3 running backs. That's another thing. I mean, I guess it's a good thing fantasy is coming to an end for the Bucky Irving owners, because in fact, I don't even know how, but I put on the promotion that FanDuel has. Now, I've taken an obscure player to get the first touchdown in their promotion, which is if you get the first or last touchdown scorer of the game, you get a split $2 million in free bonus bets. I've already actually hit it twice earlier in the year. Gadsden only paid me $41 in bonus bets, which I figured I'd get a lot more than that. But the one before that, I hit AJ Barner for the Seahawks, and I got 141 in bonus bets off a $5 anytime touchdown wager. So I tried to pick the obscure player, and sure enough, I took Burton. And to my shock, I mean, semi-shock, because that's why I took him. There he was at the goal line at that first opportunity, and he's getting the goal line carries. So if they're going to have a little bit of a three-headed monster, and I like how they put Bucky Irving in that Wildcat as well. They should sprinkle in a little bit more of that with Burton and White in the backfield with him, because that was very deceptive. Maybe they'll learn a couple things from that. But I'm not going to write off Tampa. The cold weather will worry me. That's going to be a sneaky team that you're going to get a good price on in the playoffs if they make it there. So your thoughts on the Buccaneers with that regard?
Well, yeah, I mean, you touched upon their receiving core. Oh my goodness, I mean, and you mentioned feeling sorry for the fantasy teams that's had Irving all season long. Well, the ones that had Egbuka, I mean, he's now. I mean, there was one point during the season when Godwin was injured, when Evans was injured, and when McMillan were injured. I mean, he was their basically one and only whiteout. I mean, all of a sudden you saw these guys named Dez and what have you coming out of nowhere to be second or third options. Now, Egbuka's just, I mean, he's probably their third option. I mean, obviously they threw the ball a lot to Evans, and rightfully so, last game. And then, in the end, when they needed the reception, the key pass, they threw to Godwin and got the big first down that they needed, or what they thought was going to be a big first down. And McMillan
use a third tight end as well. Yeah.
Year.
McMillan.
Yeah. I mean, and he played a lot in that game. I mean, I don't know how they can put a total high enough on future Tampa games. Their defense is terrible, but their offense has more weapons now than any other team in the league. And so they're and you mentioned their schedule. Well, they got 2 games left against Carolina, so that's going to be good weather games. The first posting of a number next week on the Tampa game, I jump on the over because it's right. That doesn't necessarily bode well in the postseason. I mean, you got to have a defense to be successful in the postseason, but at least for the rest of the regular season, oh my God, this is going to be. I don't know how you stop them, and I don't know how they stop anybody. 29-28 was the score of this game against an Atlanta team that wasn't doing much offensively, so yeah, it's. They've all of a sudden turned into a very entertaining team.
All right. Yeah, I would like to see Baker with his full complement of weapons for sure. All right. Last week, just a couple, 2 or 3 games were kind of exaggerated with their point total. Most everything else was within about 4 or 5 points or less of the over-under. Some teams helped that cause more than others. Maybe a good angle this week, especially considering the weather, is to find someone who's about done with their season, who's going to be in extremely cold conditions, and maybe they give up quick. And we'll see some lopsided scoring. But all that being said, we got a very frigid weekend of football for the most part in these colder venues. This week, more than any, is cold weather going to play an issue in your mind, or can we count on some scoring maybe?
Well, I mean, last time I looked at the weather reports, there was just one game where I thought the weather was going to play a factor, and that's the Buffalo New England game. The only one where there was any kind of snow potentially in the forecast. A lot of very cold games.
Yeah, the Bears game's very cold game, I feel like, to me.
Chicago, Cincinnati, even Kansas City, New York, Philadelphia, Denver. There, a lot of, in Pittsburgh on Monday night. I mean, there's a lot of, 20, 30 degree, weather out there. But as long as it's not real windy and it's not raining or certainly snowing, I don't think, these teams have gotten used to it. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be a big factor. Like I said, the game where I'd be concerned a little, and of course it's maybe the most important game of all this weekend, is that Buffalo New England game.
Well, yeah, they could naturally play almost a defensive battle just because, two heavyweight champions trying to feel each other out, maybe, as they say. And 49.5 is going to be a lot of points in that kind of game, to be honest. All right, we'll get to that.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Let's start there. Let's start on this game. Go ahead. 49.5. It seems like a lot, but cold weather, two heavy weights. What do you think?
No, I think that the importance of this game, you would think, would lead to lower scoring. The weather in this game could lead to lower scoring. Buffalo's medal. This is a game Buffalo has won the last 5 years. When they've gotten down the stretch to become an elite team, they've won games like this that they needed to win. And as bad as their defense has been, I half expect it to show up this week. New England is a quietly successful, high-scoring team, but I don't really think that that's who they are. I think that in a games like this against an experienced defense, I don't expect New England to be putting up the 28, 31 points in a game like this, where maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, when the game was less important or whatever, and everybody scores 30 points against Buffalo, you would project maybe this to be a higher scoring game. You got two really good quarterbacks who have put up monster numbers. So it's hard to say, well, this game is going to be 13-10. So I don't mean to say that, but, asking for 50 points to be scored in this game, I remember, as I said a minute ago, probably the most important game on the entire, slate this week. The most important game New England's played maybe in 5 years. I would tend to think that this game's going to have a hard time getting to 40 points, let alone getting to 50.
I agree. I'll go ahead and give the counter argument just for the sake of it. What we have is we have the system play again. Only the third time the system play has shown its head this season. The other 2 times last week, in which the system play lost by a combined 46 points. So does it rebound this week with Buffalo, the favorite, on the road to New England, who is a team higher in the division. So basically the team in first place, the underdog to the away team who's in second place, which makes no sense. You should automatically be firing on Buffalo. But I'll tell you why, maybe another good reason why to avoid the system play. 1, I like New England coming off the bye. 2, as good as Buffalo looked last week, I think that spent them a lot of energy having to come back there to even beat the Bengals and they're not going to be tired from last week. But they kind of found themselves in a little bit of a predicament. They could have even lost that game late, but they were able to make some turnovers and win the game and win that high-scoring affair there and put 39 points on the board. But that's just the thing, too. If we're going to get points, there's Superman on the one side of the field, Josh Allen. And I don't trust this Buffalo defense, to be honest. I don't trust them to stop the New England run, which we know. I think you're going to get just what New England is, a good balanced attack of run and passing. And that's what they are. May hasn't thrown for over 300. But again, he throws for the 2 touchdowns every game, as you said before. So a good balanced running attack, and they've been picking up on the scrap heap on the back end anyway. There's enough talent in that receiving core for New England that they've developed. They've stayed healthy. Again, you want to talk revenge game of the week. I mean, here's Diggs against the Bills. There's even Mac Hollins against the Bills. You know, when you have someone like DeMario Douglas or Butte, who are like your third and fourth options, but Butte even still a deep threat, I think the Patriots will take their chances, and I think they can have success down the field. So if Buffalo can't stop the run or they can't stop the pass, and Josh Allen goes into passing mode himself, tries to run it himself, I could see a scenario in which the Bills are actually trying to play catch up in this game themselves, much like they were last week. I think there will be limited in that regard because the New England defense is just that good. In fact, I would not doubt on the same premise that you said with Tennessee, not to put Buffalo in that boat, but they've struggled at times this year and have turned the ball over. But New England finds a way to score on special teams and defense. They're one of the quieter teams to do so. They did it last week with Jones on the kickoff return. And he's back there in that secondary as well and has a knack for the football. So I wouldn't be shocked, even with the confusion of the Buffalo receivers at some point, because they're even trying to grab onto guys off the waiver wire themselves and find something that works completely. We talked about how they have, just a bunch of number 3 receivers overall, but maybe enough confusion where New England gets a defensive touchdown as well. So points can come via the Buffalo turnover, the strong running game by New England, the fact that I think they can pass on the back end, and Superman Josh Allen is on the other side.
Yeah, the thing that excuse me, the thing that concerns me about this game is the importance of the game. This is a game that New England hasn't played for several years, and if the weather's bad, let's not underestimate that aspect of it as well.
Right.
I can see both teams playing conservatively. I agree with what you. Buffalo's defense has been terrible, no doubt about it, and no doubt New England thinks they can go into this game and run the ball successfully against Buffalo, which is not conducive necessarily to a high-scoring game. Buffalo has been in these games over the years. Allen is a magic man, not necessarily because he's throwing 50-yard passes, but because he's running, for 40, 50, 60 yards in games like this, keeping drives alive, keeping the clock moving. Buffalo can run the ball as well, if they have to, if they've got a lead. I don't know. I just see this game could very easily turn conservative. And if it does, and the weather's bad, and you're asking for 50 points, you're asking for one of the teams in this game to score 30 points in the biggest game of the year. I mean, maybe, but I certainly wouldn't.
Right.
Take a shot on that.
20-17, 23-17, 23-19, something like that sounds like about the right score to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said before, I don't see this being a 13-10 game. I think it's going to be a close game, but I can see it being 24-21, 24-20, so somewhere in that range where you would say, well, it wasn't a low-scoring game. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a low-scoring game, but in order to get to 50 points, you're talking about a high-scoring game. And if so, Buffalo's going to have to play poorly on defense, which they've done on more than one occasion, especially of late. So that's a possibility. But, like I said, the uncertainty of the weather, I think, is another factor here that can't be good for those thinking this is going to be a high-scoring game.
Running or passing aside, I think a real good X factor for New England in this game is their offensive coordinator, McDaniel. He's been in this spot before with Brady. He's been in as many of the big games as there are. So if there's one thing that's going to translate over from this long break that you just said about New England not having a game this big, I think it helps that they have a real good, experienced play caller who has a good rapport with that quarterback overall.
Well, that and that is, that to me is the key to this game. Is you've got a young quarterback who's had a great season, but here's the big stage. You've passed your regular season test. Now here's your first playoff test, because this really is a playoff type game. And you're going up against a team that has all the playoff experience. Again, I wouldn't project that May's going to have a bad game, but I don't see him having a monster game either. And I hate to repeat myself again, but I think that he could have a decent game, and New England could score 24 points. But I don't see this being a game like Buffalo's game against Cincinnati last week.
Obviously, the stakes are high for me. If you've followed the show or if you're new listening, I have a preseason bet in which I have $100 down at 250 to 1 odds for New England to finish 6 wins, 0 losses in AFC East divisional games. So at 3-0 right now, this is the pivotal one, considering that the Jets will be on deck as a big underdog, and Miami is also likely going to be a sizable underdog in the final game of the season. So the opportunity to monetize or try to get action both ways, or even scoop the pot in both circumstances, can be great if we could just get by this 1 week and not hedge and monetize anything. Because once you start this week, you got to double whatever you do for next week, and then double it after that in the Miami game. So we're going to bite the bullet this week. We're just going to let it ride. There's not going to be any hedging or monetizing or anything like that. The Patriots were the favorite at one point, so the Bills plus 1.5 could certainly have been maybe a very, very small play. But we'll bite the bullet and hope for the best. Prop-wise for me, over 38.5 Ramondre Stevenson yards is one I'm going to grab onto. And he gets a nice price if you climb the ladder for him. Now, could Henderson counterfeit him? Sure, but Stevenson has been getting his shares. Vrabel has been good about that. In fact, he was near 100-yard rusher, I think, his last time out. Maybe he didn't get quite that close. But if Buffalo is going to be bad in the ground game, perhaps, and then this is the game plan, Stevenson's going to get a load. At 50 yards or more, he's plus 174. And I think my magic number is going to be 70 yards at plus 470. All the way up to 100 yards for Ramondre Stevenson is 14 to 1. I'll settle at that 70 number and find some other stuff. So Ramondre Stevenson rushing yards for me. Any props that you like?
Well, no, I like this week's slate. I think there are some good plays. This is not a game that I'd want to get involved in. Although the one thing that I would say is you've got to know that New England is going to be focused on stopping Allen's running. He had a big running game against them the first time around. He runs a lot of the big games like this. And I think that may be taking their eye off of Cook. if you're going to devote a spy or whatever to Allen on every play, well, then you've got one less guy in there, worried about Cook running the ball. He's a very good runner who usually commands your attention. If you're not paying attention to him, I think you're making a big mistake. And so, I don't think, I'm not saying I don't think he's going to get a 100-yard game, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up with 70 or 80 yards, and this was the game where Allen, they're able to do a good job of slowing down Allen, but at the expense of Cook. So that would be my one suggestion in this game.
All right, Cook for his yards. Let's get his baseline feel. 80.5.
Yeah, see that? I mean, that's too high. I think I think that he has the potential to have a good game, but that,
better plays on the board. Right.
I don't see this as being a real high-scoring game. 80.5 against a good defense. I'll pass.
All right. The AFC West and NFC West is our main focus, and we have a few of those in the 1 o'clock window. So we'll go down through the slate, and we'll recycle back to see if we can find anything else attractive to our needs. Let's go to this perceived crappy game, maybe, of the Texans minus 9.5, 42.5 with the Cardinals. The Cardinals got their doors blown off as predicted last week. The Rams were one of the better plays of the week for me, for sure. They rebounded well after their loss to Carolina. Atlanta is just a little bit of a sieve on defense, for sure. And they can score a little bit themselves. So I'm wondering if we can't just see the same thing here, perhaps. We know how good the Texans' defense is. But, man, wouldn't this be a good opportunity for the Texans to really try to get everything in the gear offensively for Stroud? Maybe try to find their footing. Maybe try to find a good pace and rhythm. Let's have a good, strong Nico game. I think this can be a Nico Collins game for sure. So I'd be interested in his numbers and for a touchdown. But this is a lot of points here. I think the back door would be open for Arizona in this scenario. I'd hate to have Houston up 15 points, and then here comes Arizona, Brissett, and then he hits Wilson for another touchdown, or McBride, and there you go. So I actually think the over is in play here in this game at 42.5. It's low. I get it. We shouldn't have points against the Houston Texans defense, but I'm not sure there's not points in every Arizona game at this point. So it's cheap enough. We're indoors, nice and comfortable weather. And if Houston's going to do well down the road here, winning like games 20-10 is fine. I mean, you can hang your hat on that at the end of the day. But let's try to get this offense cranked up a little bit against the Cardinals team who lets every offense get cranked up. So the over 42.5, and in specific, I think the Houston team points as well, which is at 26.5. Yeah, I mean, they should be able to get 27 in this game. So Houston team points for me. I think we can see an over. Go ahead and give me Nico Collins. I think he'll get over his 74.5 receiving yards, and I think he'll score one and maybe even potentially 2 touchdowns. Could be finally that Nico day we've been waiting for. Nico Collins for 2 touchdowns on a greedy ticket, 7-1. What do you like in this game?
Well, I agree with most everything you said there. I mean, Arizona gives up a lot of points and has the potential, the way they throw the ball, to come back and put points on the board. And even if they're down late in the game, they're not going to stop throwing the ball. Brissett's been throwing the ball as much as any quarterback out there. And this could be the game where the defense actually scores for Houston.
Yes.
They've, the last 3 weeks they've gone up against Allen and Mahomes in that stretch and intercepted 5 passes from those two guys. This is an accident waiting to happen for Arizona. Yeah, they're going to throw 50 passes in this game. And I think we're set 5 straight games with 40 or more. And you throw 40 or more passes against this defense, yeah, you might get a couple of cheap scores late, but you might also give up 1 or 2 to Houston. So I think that, that would help you get to the total. I'm not sure you're going to need that help because, like you said, Arizona's not really putting up much resistance defensively against the good teams they play. The way you looked at the Houston offense a little differently than me. They seem to be really relying on Marks lately.
I agree. Yep.
I added up 79 carries the last 4 games. I didn't realize they were using him that much. In a game like this, where you could project Houston to score 3 touchdowns at least in this game, you got to believe Marks is going to get in there for 1 or 2 of them. And if he's carrying the ball, 20 times like he has been, that he's got a chance to go over 100 yards as well. He'd be my offensive guy in this game.
All right, Marks for 2 touchdowns is plus 430. For 1 touchdown each. And honestly, having Marks and Nico on the same touchdown ticket might not be the worst thing in the world, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed.
Almost 3-1 just for both of those to score 1 touchdown. Woody Marks minus 150. His rushing prop, 77.5. Now, I was worried about his health in recent weeks, but he looks fine now, for sure.
Yeah, like you said, he's been carrying the ball 20 times a game in recent weeks, even though supposedly he was a little banged up. Laying 150 for 1 touchdown, you'd have to be in a real heavyweight ticket, to do that. 2 touchdowns might be asking a little much, but I think it's a possibility. I think it would be a nice stab in the dark for him 2 touchdowns. But I think, if he's going to carry 20 times, then that 77.5 looks attractive to me. So I'll stick with that as my top play in the game.
They haven't been passing it to him like I kind of hoped that they would. And for that reason, he's down to 10.5 receiving yards now. I'm going to have to bite back onto that train. And it's literally 1 or 2 screen passes if they can just find their will to throw it to him. And they have to at some point, especially maybe against Arizona when there's nobody in the flat guarding him. Here you go, Marks, run for 30 yards. 10.5 receiving yards I'll add on to my ticket too for Woody Marks. Christian Kirk, interesting number, just 15.5 receiving yards against, again, a bad Arizona defense. I mean, he can't get 15.5 receiving yards?
1 catch.
Yeah, so I'll add that to my ticket as well. We've been following his targets a little bit. They haven't been plentiful, but he's been getting 3 or 4 anyway, I feel like.
Well, they've played a tough schedule. I mean, it's seemingly every week, recent weeks. I mentioned they played Kansas City and Buffalo, 2 of the last 3 weeks. I remember them playing the 49ers sometime recently. And so it's not surprising that, even they, so their last 3 opponents have been Buffalo, Indy, and Kansas City. And then, then you got Tennessee and Jacksonville, and then, Seattle, San Francisco, and Denver, and Baltimore. So, I mean, they seemingly played a tough opponent almost every week. And so, some of their numbers, understandably, are lower than what you might expect, certainly against an opponent like this. So this could be, as you indicated earlier, a real chance for them to bust out, get some confidence in their offense, because their defense is really good and is going to keep them in any game they play. But, they're going to have to score some points to win in the playoffs.
I'm just remembering this now, too. And, we have a couple of cocktails in the lounge on Sundays. So it's harder to kind of remember these things. I need to, keep a notepad handy. But Bam Knight's numbers, for whatever reason, like disappeared before kickoff. Never really reappeared. And then sure enough, there he is in the game. And I think he even scored, if I remember correctly. So, and I liked him last week as well. So that was kind of weird. I couldn't find the Bam Knight number, yet he was involved. I could be wrong about that touchdown. Let me see if I can rewind really quick. Do you recall that at all?
No, and then he's been someone who, seemingly for a month now, that every time someone writes an article about who are the best claims in fantasy, his name has been on there, and I've always, I've thought every week, can we please take him off this list? He's not doing much, and I mean, it just seems that everything they do is passing the ball, and when they had Harrison in there that 1 week with McBride and with Wilson, man, they had a really nice thing going passing wise. Well, now Harrison's back out of the lineup again, but all they do is throw the ball to McBride and
Wilson, yeah,
to Wilson, 25 times.
Yeah.
So why are we talking about the running back?
Right. No touchdown last week. Michael Wilson last week, 11 catches, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. Wow.
Guess who went up against them in the first round of the playoff? I talked to you last week about my league deciding that to move the playoffs up a week to avoid week 18, disaster.
Right.
And so I go into the first round without McCaffrey. I've also got 2 Panthers on my team. I don't know if I play them or not, but anyway, so I'm down a guy or 2, and then I'm going up against Wilson, who I had on my team for a couple of weeks, and then when Harrison came back and Wilson did almost nothing, I thought, all right, now's the time to get rid of him because he's you're not going to see the ball nearly as much, and then bang, Harrison gets hurt again. Now it's all Wilson again. And he killed me last week. So I go into my second week matchup here way behind. But, not giving up.
All right. This could be a revenge game of the week, I guess, with Kenny Pickett at Philadelphia. Your Raiders catching 11.5 points, 38.5 against an Eagles team that continues to disappoint. In fact, what was it? Jalen Hurts had more turnovers on one play last week than the Jets have gotten turnovers all season. Did you see that? That's funny.
I did see that play.
Yeah. So if there's ever a get-right game, I guess it's the Philadelphia Eagles and the Raiders. 11.5, 38.5. Can the Eagles really name their score in this game?
Let's hope so, because this is a key to me rallying in fantasy. Because
Barkley
has to have a monster game,
right?
And it's a morning game. I've got some catching up to do, and I want to have a chance come afternoon when McCaffrey's playing, and I've got other guys going. But Barkley has to score twice in this game. Has to have a monster game, which I think is important to Philadelphia. I think I've said this probably before. And last week he had a nice game. They gave him the ball 20 times last week, 122 yards, had a nice kind of a trick play, but kind of that nice 50-yard run for a touchdown. The fact that I'm behind isn't his fault. But that was a good sign for me that Philadelphia recognizes we've got to get Barkley rolling again, because once that happens, then that opens up things for Hurts to run the ball. And of course, they're going to throw the ball to Smith and to Brown no matter what. But this is their opportunity really to get Barkley rolling. And hopefully they take advantage of that. Hopefully when all said and done this week, you see that, he's carried the ball 22 times for 153 yards and 3 touchdowns, in which case I'm back in it. So that's maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, but it also makes sense to me tactically that this is what, this is what this week's all about for Philadelphia. Is, we can't fix all of our problems at once. Let's fix this one. Let's get him rolling, and then we'll have 2 more weeks to get everything else going. So I'm looking for big numbers for Barkley this week.
Man, 33-1 for 3 touchdowns.
I think it's a possibility. I mean, the thing that that limits that is this stupid quarterback sneak at
Hurts.
the 1 yard line.
The coaches might be like, you know what, Hurts? Let's just give it to Barkley. We got to get him confidence up.
I agree. And so, hopefully the ball's at the 2 and not at the 1, and then you hand it to him. I just think that this is the Raiders have played hard. They've hung in there, most of their games. Not like they're getting blown out. So I don't know that they're going to be a complete no-show this week. But they have every right to be. They got no chance to win this game. It's going to be cold. They're having a terrible season. They got Brissett in there at quarter, not Brissett. Pickett in there at quarterback. Oh man! I mean, there's no reason for this game to be anything other than 38-3.
Give me also on this game. Honestly, I would take Genty over 54.5 rushing yards. That seems easy enough for him. He is a cold weather back as well. I mean, Boise State's not exactly Cancun, Mexico. And on that note, even against this tough Eagles defense, he should be able to achieve that from the carries alone. But both the receivers, and Barkley's been getting killed on this. But again, it might be, let's just get Barkley the ball in space. Screen pass, Jalen, 14.5 for Barkley's receive yards. I'll bite the bullet again, and I'll do Genty's at 18.5 as well.
What are Barkley's rushing numbers and TD numbers?
Yes, let's see. 77.5 rushing for Barkley. That seems way too low.
Yeah, I agree.
He could have a 150 day. What's the number for 150?
I agree.
Let's see here.
And for 1 TD, he's going to be what, minus 180?
Plus 1280 for 150 yards first. And then 1 touchdown, minus 120. Even better.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, both of those are very attractive numbers.
Yeah, Barkley for everything, basically. Okay, and give me Genty receiving yards and rushing yards. I'll play around with that. That'll be a nice little combo. And we'll just hope Genty gets there. All right. How about Pickett rushing yards? Is there a chance there for that? He's a 9.5.
I don't know. I really don't have any interest in anything Raiders in this game.
Right.
Like I said, if they lost this game 38-3, I wouldn't be surprised. And if they do, and now I'm looking back saying, oh man, I had Genty's running and I had Pickett doing this, and no, I mean 38-3. What was I thinking? I'm sticking with Philly.
I got a quarterback rushing prop I love. I'll get to it when we get to it. All right. Another early game. The Chargers and the Chiefs. Here we go with the Chiefs again. Minus 5.5, 41.5. And I can hear it again. This is their week. And it's never, ever their week. Now, what they have going for them is the fact that the Chargers are much worse on the road than they are playing in the state of California. Let's be honest about that. In fact, they got throttled at Miami, a warm weather paradise. Just a few weeks back, it seems 3 weeks ago or whatever it was. Man, I can't trust the Chiefs. That offensive line's terrible is what I've decided. It's just really that bad. Mahomes is under duress every time he drops back. The Chargers have a defense. There's no lack of offensive talent on either side of the football here, to be honest. I would love to see this Chiefs offensive line, just hold it together and give these guys a chance to score. 41.5. My gut reaction says under, because every Chiefs game goes under and it's close. But these two teams did play to an over, I believe, in that first game of the season, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I can get the score up from it real quick. Sorry, I should have this homework done. I've got a million tabs for ESPN open, so let me just get to it. Do you remember the score week 1?
No, but I think you're right.
I think it did go over. Let's clarify.
28 to 23 or something.
All
like
right,
that.
week 1 was 27-21. So it probably barely went over, right? It's probably 45.5 or whatever the heck it was. So give me an over again, because we just have offensive talent on both sides. I'll trust somehow that the Chiefs can play better. I don't doubt the Chargers win this game, even that they're bad on the road. I know it sets up to the fact that, yes, the Chiefs should, I guess, be able to get right. I just don't believe that anymore. I think we had the better team with the Chargers here, and they got a slightly better defense. Man, both of these defenses could bog it down. I guess nothing's going to shock me at the end of the day with this one. But if you're going to give me 5.5 points and over 2-1 on the money line, you know what? I'll take a chance with the Chargers. Screw it. I'm sick of riding the Chiefs train. I'll happily jump on the other side again, even if it is with the Chargers, who suck on the road, to have a good game here, pull off the upset in the early game, and the Chiefs again probably not headed for the postseason after they get dispatched by Harbaugh and company. Herbert, the better quarterback here to me. And maybe we get a Ladd McConkey touchdown, but I'm going to go to Hampton. I think Hampton, a good shot for him actually to score twice this week. He's 13-1 for 2 touchdowns. So even a Hampton parlay to Barkley would be something to keep an eye on at a nice payout. You'll probably take the Chiefs on this one, is my guess, but I'm going to take the Chargers. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm tired of saying it.
Yeah, exactly.
Until the Chiefs, are buried,
right,
I'm not going to believe it.
Until the stake is in the Dracula himself. Yes, I get you.
And then every game they lose, it's like, well, now they're really up against it, and now they're even up against it worse. I mean, I got to believe they have to win, all their remaining games to have a chance, and maybe even still they don't get in. But I think that this makes this game even more important than any of the other ones that they've had. Chargers, coming off of a tough game, and like you said, they don't play well on the road usually. I don't think this is not one of my more favorite games. I did like the fact that Philly threw the ball a lot to Brown last week. They got the ball to Brown against this Chargers defense. So hopefully Kansas City will be able to get the ball to Rice more this week against the Chargers defense. But other than that, I think Kansas City is going to win this game. But I've thought that for four straight weeks, and they keep losing. This is, I hate to say it, but they have to win this one. They have to, and that doesn't mean they will. I'll stick with Kansas City in this game, but without any kind of just a rooting interest.
Lower scoring game, probably to you.
I don't know. I mean, it's. Like you said, both these teams got a lot of offensive weapons.
They do.
So I wouldn't be. That total is awfully low. If I took one, I would take the over in that game. But like I said, I'm going to pass on recommending anything in this game.
All right, a $10 2-leg parlay on Barkley for 2, Omari and Hampton for 2 pays $970. And to wrap up the story I was telling earlier about Tucker on the Tampa Bay, he paid out $240 in free bets. How about that for his anytime touchdown?
Well, like you said, this team, and a lot of it has to do with the injuries that they've had, but they have incredible depth I mean, 3 backs and 4 wide receivers, you know, and a better than average quarterback. I mean, this is there's no stopping this team offensively. You know, I can't wait to jump aboard next week.
Let's see. Real back to Tampa. You can get Tampa right now 60-1 to win the Super Bowl.
Well, they're going to need to import a whole new defense to be successful. But the one thing that, you know, the one thing about it is if they can win the division, then at least they get 1 game at home.
Right? Yes.
And,
yeah.
you know, and that, you know, that would really help them in a matchup with, you know, a team that you would normally think, well, then they're not going to beat Green Bay. They're not going to beat Seattle. You know, whoever the top wild card team is, Detroit. That'd be a fun game to watch. But if that game's at home, at least it gives them a fighting chance. Gives them a chance to put up 30 some odd points in that game and maybe win a 35-34 type of game. That would be a matchup with Green Bay or a matchup with Detroit would be a great playoff matchup.
All right, let's get to this Niner-Tennessee game. We talked about it some already, and how the Niners defense is a good opportunity, perhaps for fantasy this week if you need a defense. I mentioned I kind of like the over in this game, which is an angle I'm going to take just because Tennessee seems to be trending a little bit better offensively. I do like the receivers they got. I do like DK, who's only at 32.5, and A.O. Mander, too, at 32.5. Those guys have continued to be impressive. But another receiver has my eye in this one. And I'm wondering, and it seems like Juwan Jennings has been the primary focus, 47.5. I'm wondering if we might not get a kick in the gear here for Pearsall, who's at a nice 35.5 for his baseline. I think Pearsall is a sneaky player to have a big yardage game this game against Tennessee, where he won't be, where they have a semi-okay defense, but they're not going to be able to cover that third or fourth option where Pearsall may be able to get Purdy's attention a little bit better. So Pearsall at 35.5 seems like a low number. If you climb the ladder with him, we get some interesting numbers. Let's see here. 70 yards for him is at plus 370. So, you know, I forget who I mentioned earlier. I have it written down somewhere. Who I like Ramondre Stevenson for 70 yards. I could put Pearsall in that same type of ticket and some sort of a round robin, and hope to get home on some randomness. For touchdowns for him too, he's paying, I believe, pretty decent, which is at. I don't doubt the Niners get their scoring in this game. Well, he's 27-1 for 2 touchdowns, which is very, very attractive. But 3-1 for 1 touchdown is something I'm going to have. In a game where I believe the Niners will score points, give me Pearsall to get off the hook in this one. And I think the back door open for Tennessee a little bit. I'll take their receivers just on that note. 32.5 seems pretty light for those guys. They should be able to get to 50 yards for both of them. So maybe a nice even 3-game parlay of 50 yards for A.O. Manor, DK, and Pearsall. That would be nice at the end of the day. So official picks for you in this game.
Well, you know, the 49ers coming off a bye, they should be refreshed. The schedule, which looked tough down the stretch after this week, all of a sudden is not looking so tough anymore with Indy potentially dropping back to the pack. You know, what looked like it would be a tough game for them, is now not so difficult. They got Chicago coming up, another game where 3-4 weeks ago you would have thought, oh, man, tough game. Well, now Chicago's kind of slipping a little bit. And so then, of course, they've got Seattle down the line. So I think the 49ers go into this week and moving forward at a very positive frame of mind, especially given the fact that they're in the same division with the Rams and the Seahawks, and they may never catch either one of them. But still, they got a really good chance to make the playoffs. So I think, with the bye, I think this game has gotten their full attention, and they're healthier than they've been. From again, wishful thinking on my part. I've fallen so far behind in my fantasy battle that, it's like, okay, you're so far behind, we're going to give you 2 wishes for this week. What are your 2 wishes? Well, my wish number 1 is that Barkley could play against the Raiders. Okay, we'll give you that one. What's your wish number 2? Well, how about McCaffrey going against the Titans? Okay, you get your 2 wishes. And so, okay, now, I feel a lot better about my chances. And so I'm hoping for a big game for McCaffrey here. My concern is as they get ahead and they don't really want to overuse him, that Robinson has been playing more and more. He's been getting a steady 8-9 carries in other games. He could get even more in this game if it turns out to be one-sided. So I think he's got a chance to score a touchdown, late in this game, maybe not even late in this game. But I'm hoping McCaffrey gets his 2. And he's not like Barkley. He's not going to, probably not going to carry the ball 20 times in order to try to get to 150 yards. They'll still pass it to him a little bit, but I think he's definitely a solid play to score a touchdown, although he's got to be a big favorite to do that. So I'd have to look for him to get 2 touchdowns in this game.
McCaffrey is at plus 160 for 2 touchdowns, minus 350 for 1 touchdown. It almost seems like that should be the Barkley number. And he's only minus
I agree. But the difference is, as we've discussed, that the Phillies as likely to go to Hurts as the Barkley when they get down by the goal line. The 49ers, their quarterback doesn't run in very often, certainly not quarterback sneaking in from the 2-yard. So, McCaffrey tends to get those kinds of scores. I don't know. I mean, I think he's going to have a really big game. The question is whether Tennessee can make this game competitive at all to the point where McCaffrey is actually a factor in the second half, and not just, only in the first half. So, I think this game is all 49ers. I'd want a piece of McCaffrey, but like I said, you want to really, break the bank with something. Look at Robinson for 2 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Robinson for 2 touchdowns is at 30-1.
Yeah, I mean, if the game plays out,
that's the Blake Corum
like
premise.
It should.
Yeah.
I mean, if they've got a nice lead at halftime, and all of a sudden McCaffrey plays the first series of the third quarter and then doesn't play anymore. Well, Robinson could end up getting 15 touches in this game, and if he does, that's a very nice price for 2 touchdowns.
All right, greedy ticket, same game parlay for me. If Tennessee keeps this competitive, then A.O. Manor and DK will both get 50 yards each. We'll pile on my guy Pearsall, take a shot with him. We'll throw on your guy McCaffrey for 50 yards receiving, because he just about gets that every time anyway himself. 52-1 odds on that. Actually, $10 will win you $5.25 exactly. So that might be worth a $10 bill for me anyway, just to see if I'm right. Let's see here. Next game on the board. Oof, I fear for our Lions a little bit. I'm not so sure how good they are on the back end, and they seem to get more injured in that secondary every week. And I'm not sure how that's going to be a recipe for success in Los Angeles against the Rams, who feast on opponents' secondaries. And let's let's face it, McVay would love nothing better than to beat Goff and on his home turf as well. And likewise, Goff would love nothing better than to beat McVay on the away turf here. But, they got the luxury of having the same story at quarterback on the other side. I'm sure Stafford would love to beat the Lions as well. And maybe the Lions would like to beat Stafford. 54.5 is a lot of points here. I fear for Detroit a little bit that with the Rams being able to put a pass rush on the quarterback. We know how the Lions are susceptible to Goff getting pressure. St. Brown showed toughness playing last week. So you like to see that. I just think they missed Laporta maybe a little bit more than we know. Still a good game plan they came out with against the Cowboys. Whenever you have Jahmyr Gibbs on your team, you always have a fighting chance here. I can write off the Lions for sure in this game, but this feels like a Rams win. It just kind of does. And if they won by a couple of scores, it probably wouldn't shock me because Detroit has had struggles at times. The Lions are a lovable underdog at 5.5 points. It seems like they're begging you to take Detroit, getting that many points. And that's probably why I like the Rams at the end of the day. I kind of hope I'm wrong. I would like to see Detroit win this game and beat the Rams. And I wouldn't be shocked if this is one of those 4:00, 25 p.m. Eastern Standard games in which everyone in the world has bet the over in this game, and it ends up short of the over-under because at the end of the day, we know Rams can win those kind of games 24-17 if they take the air out of the ball, 31-17, 31-20, even keeps you under the total. So I'm going to be skeptical of the over-under in this game. But whenever we have these high over-unders, you've been the voice of reason here in saying why we can get over this amount of points. It seems like Detroit should be an auto play on just about every over, to be honest. And maybe the Rams, too, to some extent, the way that they've been playing lately and their offensive output. Just a sneaky hunch this one stays under. So tell me why I'm wrong here and why there's 1 million points.
Well, I don't see how the Lions are going to slow down Nakua. I
love Nakua in this game. Yes.
Yeah,
Agreed.
He's coming off a monster game, and Detroit does not give up, does not give any resistance in the passing game. I could easily see him catching 10 balls in this game for close to 150 yards, and at the same time, I think St. Brown has the potential to do it on the other side. He's same type of receiver. And high volume guy, which should be a very high scoring game. I can see them feeding him the ball. Like you said, they don't have Laporta to throw the ball to anymore. And so that, more balls to St. Brown when he's healthy, which he demonstrated last week that he is. I can see him catching, 9-10 balls in this game for 100 yards. And just, and it could be a very high scoring game. I think an interesting stat that I saw going into this game is the Rams have played the 49ers twice. And in each one of those games, McCaffrey caught 8 passes. And so you got to know that they're swinging the ball to Gibbs, which they do a lot anyway. But if the Rams know McCaffrey's going to be targeted a lot and still gave up 8 catches in each game, the door is wide open for Gibbs to catch a bunch of passes in this game as well. So I just think there's just and then you've got the Goff factor, returning to LA and what have you. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but he'd love to put up big numbers in this game. And even the coach got to know that, we're down there at the 2-yard line and we're going to go in for a score. Let's get Goff another touchdown pass. Let's get him a third or a fourth touchdown pass, so that he can crow about this game, win or lose, when all said and done. So I just think there are so many positives in terms of the offenses in this game. That yes, that total is out of sight. It's almost begging you to take the under, that hope that something goes wrong. But I'm not sure what that's going to be. The Rams have been surprisingly good on offense. The Lions, of course, are always good on offense and are terrible on defense. So I don't know. This looks like a really, really fun game to watch. 38-28 kind of game.
Tesla is at plus 390 for a touchdown. I could find him on some sort of a ticket for sure. And my man Blake Corum, good call by me last week for 2 touchdowns, is plus 195 for 1 this week. I wouldn't doubt if he gets back into the end zone 3rd week into a row. I'm going to ride that train till he falls off. Yeah, I think there is a lot to like here. Puka for sure as a candidate. 2 touchdowns for Puka is at plus 470. He might be someone to parlay with Barkley for 2.
Absolutely. And what's he for just 1?
1 touchdown for Puka is at minus 140.
Yeah, I mean that's I think that's an automatic play as well. And what about 100 yards?
Let's see.
What is his yardage?
99.5.
Guess that answers that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think that's I take all 3 of those things.
Right.
I just don't see how Detroit is going to slow him down.
Right.
I mean, yeah,
I agree.
Around the goal line, they throw the ball to Adams a lot. That's certainly a factor. But I mean, Nakua scores from long distance now as well. So he's got to be one of the top plays of the day, if not the top play of the entire day.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say, what are your top plays so far? So Puka's on that list. And I guess Barkley, but that's kind of wishful thinking a little bit too, right?
Well, I don't know that it's wishful thinking. I think that I'm shocked his yardage total is so low.
Right.
It should be a blowout game. I mean, it should be a game where he gets a lot of touches. At home, coming off a loss, you're not going to let this, seedings slip away in a game like this. We can play conservatively and still win this game easily. Let's get Barkley going. I'm going to be very disappointed if he doesn't get to 100 yards in this game. It's just a dream matchup. And put it at 77.5. That's embarrassingly low.
Man, it's $100 to win 3,600. 2 touchdowns, Puka and Barkley. It's very tempting to do. That's a $100 bet, but man, it's tempting.
Yeah, no, I think both of them. There's one other guy who we might throw onto that ticket before we're done here, and really go for the gold. so let's hold off on the.
Let's see if I can figure out who that is.
Tabulating the numbers.
All right.
At this point,
I'm going to start trying to guess who that is as we go through the rest of this list. Okay, let's see here. We have, you know what? This is like what I said last week. I mean, can we get some games, the Dave Del Grande Bowl, let's make your own game up. Some of these games fit that kind of criteria. Green Bay against Denver is exactly that kind of game to me. Green Bay minus 2.5. 42.5 is the over-under here. Oh, man. Which way do you go here? It's actually going to be a nicer day in Denver. It's not going to be cold. So I think that kind of helps things out. We know what kind of home field advantage Denver can have. They have been playing lower scoring games. Green Bay has probably the best defense in the league, if not Houston. And then Denver is, I venture to say, that you have 2 top 5, if not top 3. I think someone like the Patriots still might try to make an argument here. But you agree with that? 2 top 5 defenses anyway, correct?
No, absolutely. And by the way, showing your regional bias.
Right. Right.
Probably the dumbest thing that you've said all day is it's not going to be cold. Denver in December is always cold. Now, where you live, 35 degrees maybe isn't cold, but where I live, 35 degrees is like, if I wanted 35 degrees, I'd move to Alaska. So
I see 63 degrees.
I mean,
forecast 63 degrees.
It's not going to be 60 degrees in Denver on Sunday.
That's what my covers.com professional football monitor says here. Right here.
I'll tell you what, I'm taking the under.
Well, if there's anything like here, I mean, the temperatures can fluctuate and change on a dime for sure. So we are in the same latitude where that does kind of happen. We're going to be 27 degrees tomorrow night. I'm not so sure I'm happy about that. Okay, if this is a warmer weather game, I definitely like the chances for the over a little bit better. I don't know. This game, I would like Green Bay here, except does this game kind of matter for them being an AFC game? I guess it does, but I think everything's still in front of them with the rest of their schedule in the NFC. We know Jacobs is banged up a little bit. I don't know if you're gonna have to make me pick quarterbacks. I'm gonna take Jordan Love. Give me the Packers to win this game on the road. Tough spot to win, hard spot to win. Denver is due to lose. Green Bay is the right team for him to do it. And you know what, Denver? We got 4 or 5 different little wide receivers. Let's see if we can't get number 3 and 4 involved, who on a lot of teams could be maybe even a 1 and 2. Maybe Jaden Reed has a good game here. Your boy Watson has been on fire. I'll trust Green Bay to edge out Denver, and what looks like it would be a lower scoring game. I think it's going to creep over the total. So what do you got in this one?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I think that Denver. Well, first off, I don't think either team is going to have success running the ball in this game, and that's going to lead to it being a higher scoring game. I think that Denver challenges you with their defense, play a lot of man-to-man coverage, got good cover corners, but Love, when he has time and his receivers are running those deep crossing patterns, he throws more deep balls than anybody in the league, which is exactly what you want against a man-to-man kind of in-your-face kind of coverage. So I can see that busting a couple of times because, especially with Reed back now for Green Bay. So it's not just Watson and Dobbs. You got Reed in there as well. And Denver is very similar, as you noted. Denver's had a bunch of good receivers too, and a quarterback that can wing it with the best of them as well. I think this is going to wish there was an over-under on the number of passes that would have a 30 or more aerial yards.
Right,
because I think both of these teams are going to throw a lot of deep balls in this game, and a couple of them hit on each side. What projected as a battle of 2 good defenses ends up being a 24-23 or 27-24 kind of game. So I do think Green Bay's the better team in this game, and I agree with you that they've got the better quarterback as well. So I think it's going to be a very fun. What an afternoon schedule here. If given a choice of watching the Packers and Broncos or watching the Lions and Rams. Wow. I mean, those are 2 heavyweight battles.
$100 wins you $1,150 if Christian Watson and Troy Franklin have a 30-yard catch.
You're leading me to how in the world am I about to be eliminated from the fantasy playoffs when I've got McCaffrey and Barkley and Watson and Rice and Goff? Oh my God! No, I cannot. No, I can't be bowing out this early. So I like my matchups this week. I got a lot of catching up to do, but I like my matchups. So, hopefully Watson can continue. I love the fact that they're throwing the ball deep to him as often as they are. I just hope they do it again this game.
Let's see. Where's he at on his baseline? 53.5. Let's go alternate over there. We'll pump him up to 70 yards and throw him on that Pearsall or Ramondre Stevens taking on like for 70 guys that get 70 yards.
He has been about as dependable as
reliable,
any receiver, the last 3 or 4 weeks. So, and like I said, you've got a lot of these receivers who are catching a lot of short passes and getting more catches and more yards, maybe. I think Watson only got 4 targets last game. But, he caught another touchdown pass. I think he caught all 4 passes to him. And it's just a indication that, they don't throw him the short stuff. They'll throw to him down the field, and Love, this is Love's specialty. So I think it's a great match.
Given opportunity, I think Musgrave makes as good of a case as anyone to be a number 2 tight end in the league. He's at 14.5 yards. I'll take him over that number in this game.
Well, like I said, I don't, both teams have a good running back, but I just don't see, these are 2 good defenses, and they're not easy to run against.
Right.
So I can easily see both these teams, especially Denver, giving up on its running game very early in this game and just airing it out. And, then in that case, you just got to protect your quarterback.
All right. Last NFC West team, AFC West team, Seattle minus 13.5, 42.5 in what is the story of the week now, with Phillip Rivers potentially being the quarterback in this game. In fact, he is. I see him listed anyway right now as the starter. I guess that's going to be the case. Is that 100% official at this point Saturday morning?
I think there's news this morning that's broken since we've started talking.
Right.
I didn't see what it said, but I'm guessing that if there's news, that means that they've decided to go with Rivers. If you brought him in, and you're not happy with the your alternative, why not give him a shot? This is about as tough a spot as you could get, but at least he's got the experience, and he should know what to do. Now, whether he's able to do it or not, we'll see. But he's smart enough that let's just swing the ball out to Taylor a bunch of times, and he can throw those passes with the best of them. We've seen him do that for 15 years, and just hope that you can move the chains a little bit. I don't envy his situation. I don't see how they're going to be competitive in this game. But I don't know that it'll necessarily be because the quarterback play will be embarrassing. I just think that, when you bring this guy in, you're not going to be winging the ball down the field as you fall behind. That's just going to get him killed. So I can see them calling off the dogs in this game very early. Like I said, this is I would say that this is probably the toughest matchup you could have coming into the into the NFL for one game.
Right.
What do you want to avoid? Well, please don't send me to Seattle to play that defense. Guess what? That's where you're going. So this is and before a little earlier, I talked about the afternoon schedule with Green Bay and Denver,
Right.
Detroit and the Rams. Imagine if Indy were rolling,
Right.
and now you got Indy and Seattle on that schedule as well. But we can cross that game off the list because this game is a disaster waiting to happen. And like I said, I don't necessarily believe that it's because Rivers is going to be embarrassingly bad. He'll be smart enough to throw the ball short, get rid of it quickly, swing it to his back. The kind of thing where maybe you move the chains a little and you punt and you get good field position. But he should be able to do that. As they fall farther behind and maybe they start asking to throw the ball a little bit farther down the field. All right, that's a problem. That's where maybe you bring the other guy in. But this has turned into a real ugly game.
Jonathan Taylor, 16.5 receive yards. So that makes sense from that perspective. We know he's going to get a heavy dose. What is he for his rushing? 76.5. I was expecting more.
I mean, there's really no reason for Seattle to have to respect a passing game in this game. I mean, you just can't bring a guy, 44-year-old guy in and say, hey, we're going to wing it down the field 25 yards at a time. And by the way, you're going to get knocked down a dozen times. So, prop yourself back up and do it again. I don't think they're going to put Rivers in that kind of a situation. And Seattle knows that. Seattle knows going in, look, they're going to just come out and hand the ball to Taylor as much as they can. We've got to stop that. And I think that is what's going to lead to, all right, you know what? I see you stacking the box against Taylor. That's not going to work. So we'll just swing it to him with our big offensive line with, swing it to him, half a dozen times. I think that receiving total is way too low. I mean, this is, short of Rodgers, I think Rivers probably swings the ball out to the backs as well as anybody has the last 20 years. And here, here's your opportunity. You want to get rid of the ball quickly? Throw a little short pass to Warren, swing it out to Taylor. Quick slant into Pittman. Get rid of the ball. We don't want you getting hit. So, that Taylor number, I think he catches about 3 balls on average per game. He's not a big pass catcher, but I think he'll get more opportunities this game. And even if he only catches 3, 17.5 yards, that's one nice run.
I'll take, I'll go back to war with Shaheed as well. He's at 26.5 receiving yards. He'll get over that.
Well, Smith Najigba has turned into, Chase or Jefferson right in front of our eyes. I mean, he's having an amazing season.
Yes.
I think I saw 8 games with 100 or more receiving yards. I mean, I knew he was having a good season, but that's ridiculous.
Right.
We still got 4 games to go. And Indy is not not what you would call a stellar defensive team. And so I can see him having another big game. I mean, he's got to be he's a wide receiver, so I don't think he's going to be a minus 200 to score a touchdown kind of guy. But he's got to be someone who you would think would score at least once.
He is at minus 115, 96.5 yards on his baseline.
Wow. I mean, I take the minus 115 for sure.
Right. Throw him on a ticket to score for sure. Okay. All right. So that recycles us to the top. And for the night games, let's see, what are the night games? Dallas and Minnesota. You know what? Let's just go through the night games real quick, and then we'll get back to the top. Minnesota and Dallas. Minnesota, man, I can't pick against them. I can't pick with them. That's for sure. They've been my worst call for the last 6 weeks. That's easy. The Cowboys, on the other hand, I've been on the bright side of things for them with the most part here. Tougher job for McCarthy on the road, I think. And Dallas, we know they can score. They'll just simply outscore Minnesota. I like Flores being able to game plan to slow things down against some teams at times. But Dak is rolling enough to where I think they'll get their points here. I'm assuming CD's okay from his dinged up scenario last Thursday. I see him listed anyway. Too much offense for me for the Cowboys. I would like this to be a funner game if McCarthy could keep this somewhat competitive, because anytime you could get something like Jefferson and CD Lamb running up and down the field, you definitely have a good product for the TV. I'll lay the points here with Dallas, though. I don't think they'll kill Minnesota, but they'll win this game. And if it's something like 27-17, that might not shock me at the end of the day. What do you like here?
Well, I mean, I got to respect Minnesota. With all the troubles that they've had on offense, their defense has played very well. The last 3 weeks, they've probably been the best defense in the league. Now, the competition hasn't necessarily been great, but if their defense shows up in this game, and they're going up against as tough a opponent offensively as you can get, but if their defense gives an honest effort in this game, I think they can hang in there. And then, Dallas's defense is bad enough that they usually allow the other team to hang in there if the other team has any kind of a pulse. And so my biggest worry in this game is what's going on with Jefferson. Is he even trying anymore? I mean, they threw the ball to him 4 times last week, I want to say. It's like, I don't understand. I mean, if he gets 4 targets in the first series.
I can't play him anymore. I just can't play him anymore. I'm done until he proves otherwise,
so
I guess.
I wonder if he's just completely given up, and if that's an indication that Minnesota as a team has given up. There's no indication that the defense has that kind of mindset. But if your star player isn't even trying, and now you're going on the road, facing a hungry team. I don't know. I mean, so anyway, but my point is, I think Minnesota, if I knew Jefferson were going to try hard in this game, I think Minnesota got a chance to win this game. But I don't know. I mean, he's got he's not a bad attitude kind of guy. That's what to me is kind of head scratching about this. Minnesota has the weapons, with Jones running the ball, with Addison catching the ball. They got their tight end going. They got their better quarterback in there. They should be able to put up points against Dallas. And their defense, like I said, has been the best in the NFL in recent weeks. So they should be able to offer some resistance. I mean, this should be a good competitive game. The one guy, Jefferson being the big question mark, where's his head right now?
He might want out of there.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to say that, I think he's a problem, but he's a question mark in my mind, and that makes this whole game a question mark because, like I said, Minnesota's defense, there aren't a whole lot of defenses that can hold up against Dallas necessarily, but Minnesota has demonstrated in recent weeks that they can, they shut out, the opponent last week.
Yes, yes.
And
my pick of the week, the Commanders, by the way.
Now again, so like I said, I mean, nobody's confusing the Commanders' offense with the Cowboys' offense right now.
Right.
But still, you shut out anybody. You're at least showing up, and so I got to respect that. So I'm going to pass on this game all the way around.
Interesting. You know who I'll take? And I would have to compile the list of the best number 3 receivers in the league. But, man, my boy Flournoy is making a case to be a top 5.
He certainly has. I mean, he's really helped that team, become a better passing team because, you've got these great receivers on the outside, but and that command all kinds of coverage.
Right.
But you know what? It's gotten to the point where you really got to pay attention to this guy, or he's going to kill you, and that helps you all the way around. So that's you've been right on with him.
That's going to be Flores' task too, is trying to slow him down a little bit, because he may be the guy that breaks that back of that defense at the end of the day. If he's scoring and that starts to open it up for Lamb or Pickens at all, 50-1 for 2 touchdowns for Florida. I think I'm going to play him for 2 the rest of the way out, knowing that there's a chance that he could get that, because he's at least over Tolbert and the other guy. God, I can't think of his name, but over the other Cowboy receivers, he just is the better option right now. Turpin, that's what I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as you're watching this, that game Sunday night, here's what you need to be thinking about is this is my fantasy season on the line. My last guy going, probably going to be behind. He's going to need to have a big game, and who better for me to trust in that situation than my boy Aubrey.
Right.
This is again, should be a good matchup for him, because you're facing a defense that'll bend but maybe not break, and so maybe Dallas gets their yardage but doesn't get their TDs, and here comes Aubrey onto the field 2, 3, 4 times, it could very well come down to, it's a miracle. I'm going to need 3 50-yard field goals out of this guy tonight. And, but he gives you a fighting chance.
Does, let's see here. Does anything on Monday night tempt you with Tua and company?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting game. I think Miami, I don't know how they're doing it. But they're playing good ball right now. And Pittsburgh, I think these are fairly evenly matched teams. Pittsburgh, defensively, they're very average. I think that Miami has gotten into this, we're going to be the best running team in the league mode. Even last week when Achane got hurt, they plug in Wright, who carried the ball 24 times last week and had a big game. Achane carried the ball over 20 times 3 weeks in a row until last week. Sounds like he's okay. Baltimore last week ran the ball very effectively against Pittsburgh, over 200 yards rushing. And that's how Miami's going to attack this week. I think that, there's just, I've seen Miami fail in this kind of situation so many times that I hesitate to say they're going to go on the road, maybe win against Pittsburgh. Right. But they seem to have the right mentality right now. They really, they've gotten away from let's wing it with Tua, and let's just, let's try to make Achane a star. And he's done great. And the fact that last week, now granted they're playing the Jets, but the fact that last week that they put their backup in there, and they kept running the ball and they had success doing it. It's just an indication to me that, all right, this is what this team is all about right now. And now get Achane back against this team that's not great necessarily against the run. I think they can hang into this game. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami won this game. And I think Achane, if he's going to carry the ball 20 times, he's got a chance to put up some decent numbers.
All right, let's see here. Achane minus 125 for a touchdown. And yes, I've been riding him. He's been good for me on everything. Like I said, I've been one off somewhere, and it hasn't been Achane, that's for sure. And I hated to see him leave that game last week because I had him for 2. He immediately got counterfeited when he got the wind knocked out of him. Well, they realized they didn't need him against the Jets. All right, Achane, you did good. You take the rest of the afternoon off midway through the second quarter. We're not going to lose this game. 79.5 is his rush total, and obviously his receive number is always a good one as well. 27.5. Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid to go over that. He just gets those Bijan type of receiving attempts too. I mean, he does. So that number against a Pittsburgh D that's, where you might not necessarily want to run it into the teeth of their defense. Let's just get HN out on the perimeter, sling him the ball. 27.5, easy enough for me. All right. Do you have any other high scoring game in your mind?
Well, yes. I think that, where Cincinnati is involved, you have to assume that there's going to be scoring. The Cincinnati game against Baltimore, Baltimore's not stellar on defense. Cincinnati obviously is about as bad as they come on defense. Burrow's playing really well. Henry had a nice game rushing the ball last week. I already talked earlier about Likely and even Andrews catching balls for Baltimore against Cincinnati's defense. I think that should be a very entertaining. I mean, most Cincinnati games are game with a very high total. But this was the game where I just think that Henry in a game like this where I think both teams can score in the 30s. I think both teams are going to get 3 to 4, probably 4 touchdowns each. Henry's going to be the guy down by the goal line who plunges it in. I think he's a solid play in this game for 2 TDs in a high scoring game.
Okay.
But, I certainly want a piece of Likely.
In his receive yards anyway.
Yeah.
38.5 for him. Yeah, he'd be a guy to pump up to 70 on that 70-yard player list for me. Interesting. The other guy that might get some attention is Josivas. He seems to be trending up a little bit, just a hair every week. 31.5. If we don't have T. Higgins, that should be a number that's approachable for him anyway.
Absolutely. Very good call there. Because, Burrow, 6 TDs, I think, the last 2 weeks. He's winging it, and if you got Chase on one side of the field, where all the coverage is going. And so, to throw the ball to the other side, to swing it out to your back. I think Cincinnati, against a subpar Baltimore defense, is going to be able to put up points. Cincinnati's offense is going about as good as any team in the league right now. And their defense is going about as poorly as any team in the league. So Baltimore should be able to win this game. It should be able to outscore Cincinnati, but it's going to take a lot of points to do that. So I think that there's, this is a game where you could go in a bunch of different directions and have success.
All right, bear with me for half a second. You want to hear a super greedy round robin 2 touchdown ticket, which, if you think about it, maybe there's a chance to get 2 of the 3 home or 3 of the 4. If we go that route, let's see here. All right, so we'll build up a couple of the guys that we talked about as I plug them in here. Isovis, 20-1. We'll throw my man Pearsall in there, 27-1. We'll throw Tesla in there at 50-1.
Oh, boy.
And then we'll throw my man Shaheed in there at what will be also a ridiculous price of, it sounds crazy, but you just never know, man, to be honest. Let's see here. Shaheed. Oh, I'm looking at the Saints game. I'm sorry. Back out of that real quick. I know this is intriguing radio/television when we have line scrolling, trying to plug in numbers. So I get that, and I appreciate the patience. Shaheed at 25-1. Okay. So if any two of these guys get 2 touchdowns, Icevis, Pearsall, Tesla, Shaheed, we'll throw in $1. So a $1 2-game parlay on the average pays out $900. A 3-game parlay for $1, which we have 4 different 3-game parlay options for $1 each. So a total investment of $4. Our average payout will be $27,000. And if somehow we hit all 4, we'll be millionaires. Our $11 bet will pay out $895,614. How's that for a greedy ticket for the week 15?
Yeah, well, it's gives you a rooting interest.
Yeah, right. Okay, all right. Little trip. Go ahead.
The one other game that I think has some potential in terms of a player option is the Washington's game against the Giants. I just think the Giants are going to play a lot more energy than Washington. Washington seems to have completely given up. They got Mariota going back in.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, and the Giants, with Dardis back, they like nothing better than to see him finish the season strongly. When Wan'Dale Robinson has been, certainly put himself on the map. And next year, when Neighbors comes back and Robinson goes back to the number 2 role, and then you throw Scatterboop in there. Giants are going to be an entertaining team next year. But for now, they're throwing the ball. I mean, Robinson is kind of the Michael Wilson light. I mean, they're throwing the ball to him right and left these days. 10 targets or more almost every game against a disinterested opponent, against a quarterback that you want your quarterback to look good. I think he could have a really big game against Washington.
The prop that I like, and I'm actually going to, I think, take the over in this game, thinking that maybe we get points by the Giants and a little bit of a redemption by the Commanders. Well, I mean, it can't get any worse than last week. Maybe there's a little bit of pride on that team to put up some sort of an effort. So I think the over-under is kind of sneaky in that regard. But better plays on the board for me overall. The one player that I like, and I know you're a smart man, you must have done the research. Go ahead and give me this. Let's go to this Jacksonville Jets game of all games.
Oh, yes.
And give me this quarterback, Brady Cook, for his rushing yards. Over 12.5, which is up from 10.5 last night. So someone knows that I'm right already because he rushed for 1,000 yards in college, and he threw for 9,000 yards in college as well. I'm not laying the points here with Jacksonville, just in case this kid comes out with some sort of a fury here. But I'll at least take the rushing yards over 12.5 with Mr. Brady Cook. Your thoughts?
Did you not learn your lesson from the Vikings?
Right.
Yeah. No, but you've hit on another game that's worth talking about because Etienne. I mean, the Jets are terrible on defense. They're going to give up massive rushing yards in this game. And Etienne, 20 carries last week against Indy, and so it demonstrates that in a game where they've got the upper hand, they're not afraid to give. He's going to get. It's not like, well, he's going to get 15 and Tootin's going to get 10 and somebody else going to get 5. No, he got 20 carries last week, and I think Tootin got 4. And so he only had 74 yards in that game against Indy, but he did have 2 rushing touchdowns. And to me, the 20 carries is the green light. I mean, if that's the game plan here, which it should be, because we talked about this before. Achane played quite a bit in that game last week against the Jets. I mean, he played into the second quarter anyway, and yet brought Wright into the game, and Wright carried 24 times. And so, why is Jacksonville even going to throw the ball in this game? Etienne could very well be the leading rusher in the entire league this week. Again, he's not that kind of guy. He's not the big back guy. But it wouldn't shock me if he scored 3 touchdowns in this game. This could, in my opinion, it could be a very high-scoring game certainly for Jacksonville. Now, if your boy Tom Brady or whatever his name is, comes through on the other side, then all the better, because that'll just keep Jacksonville in an offensive mode. But Etienne to score 2 touchdowns, to me, if you threw him on with Barkley and with Henry, for a 2 touchdown game, rushing wise, I'd throw Nakua on that ticket as well. I think they're the 4 guys most likely to score 2 touchdowns on this ticket. There's one thing to go for 980,000 to 1 on your 2 touchdown ticket. This is a little bit more reasonable, but I think all 4 guys got a shot at it.
Yeah, that would be Henry, Puka, Etienne, and Barkley. Interesting.
Yeah.
And if we do your 3 touchdowns, let's get greedy. Etienne and Barkley. We got a 14-1 for Etienne. He's plus 290 for 2. So they're thinking like you're thinking. And then Barkley for 3 is at 33-1. That's going to be the attractive number, which is going to really bust this thing through the roof a little bit. Yep, $10 wins 5,000. Barkley and Etienne for 3 each.
Oh, so my 2 touchdown ticket would have Henry, Puka, Etienne, and Barkley. 2 touchdowns apiece. Like I said, it's even do your round robin thing where you invest a little bit more, and now if 2 of them hit, you probably get your money back. If 3 of them hit, then you're making something, and of course, if all 4 of them hit, then you've you've hit the jackpot. But I just think that I don't see how the Lions are slowing down Puka. The only thing that can keep him out of the end zone is the fact that they get down by the goal line and they throw the ball to Adams, which they do a lot. So, but still, in a high-scoring game, he should have the opportunity to score 2. So that's my four-man round robin, 2 touchdowns apiece.
All right, 2 other games. We'll just touch on those if you want to at all. Bears, Browns, and Panthers, Saints. Like anything in those 2?
Well, I don't know.
Something tells me the Saints Panthers could be a sneaky-ish little bit of an over game.
I can't. New Orleans. I don't know. I don't know quite what to think of them. Carolina's been good at home. They haven't been good on the road. This is a game where, obviously they just got a break. The Tampa lost. Carolina's got a chance to move into first place. But, I kind of have the same feeling about them, even more so than New England. It's like, all right, this has all of a sudden become a very, very big game for them. One they can't let slip away. But they had no experience in games like this. And New Orleans is going to show up and make Carolina earn it. And I'm just not sure Carolina on the road at this point is ready to win a game like this. So I just think there's a huge uncertainty in this game. So I have no interest in that game. The other game, I'm intrigued by the other game because of Sanders. You talk about a guy whose stock, I saw something, granted, on the internet, you can write anything you want, but I saw this one guy projecting if the draft were held over again, this year's draft, you know, what would the order have been of players taken? They had Sanders as the number 2 pick in the entire draft. Now, that's a way overreaction to how he's done. But the fact is that they have a lot of confidence in him. They're allowing him to throw the ball a lot, which this week is not necessarily a good idea. You know, this is going to be on the road. I mean, he's used to bad weather, but you know, it'll be cold. Chicago, big game for Chicago, and you know, it's. I don't know. I don't see things going well for Sanders in this game. But in terms of, you know, is there a play there in this game? I don't know. There's a lot of good ones on the board. We've talked about them. We've probably talked about too many of them. I don't need to get involved in either of these last 2 games we're talking about.
You know who has a chance, I think, to really prove himself? I think he proved himself already. But, man, I really do like Monangai. If he has some sort of a big game against the Browns, then they really got something working there in that running game for the Bears. That's a nice 1-2 combo with Swift and Monangai.
And, yes, agreed. And last week, Tennessee ran the ball like crazy against Cleveland, which is sort of somewhat surprising. You would think Cleveland's defense is better than that. Yeah, so if there's ever going to be an opportunity for 2 backs to have success in a game, then, yeah, I agree with you that, you know, even if Monangai is only getting half the carries in the game, well, if you're running for 200 yards, again, you know, at home, and the other team's turning the ball over, setting you up in good position, you know, and you're getting half the carries. Well, you know what? You got a shot for an 80-yard game, 100-yard game, a touchdown or 2. So I think that's you know, that's a reasonable assumption.
Monangai is 52.5, Swift 53.5 on their rushing totals. All right. In fact, I like receiving yards, you know that, for the running backs, and both of these guys can actually catch it. And if they do that, well, Swift's at 14.5, less likable. I don't see anything for Monangai yet. Okay. All right, Dave. I think we found some good stuff. Your favorite plays again are you love Puka, you love Barkley, you love ETN. Let's throw Henry in with those guys for 2 touchdowns. Anything else? I got a bunch of notes here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think you got to go with likely.
Likely receiver yards.
Yeah. You know, and I think Wan'Dale Robinson, you know, is all set up to have a real nice game as well. So, but you know, I would say, heck, you know, I wouldn't put likely on a 2 touchdown kind of ticket, but in terms of, you know, reaching his yardage, and Robinson, you know, reaching his yardage, I think that you know, those I would, I don't know, maybe start a new ticket with my secondary ticket. Okay, let's say that one's going to have, you know, I mean, I'll throw a couple of long shots on there with this, my second ticket here, which is going to be likely over his yardage. Wan'Dale Robinson over his yardage. And then we got Marks over his yardage, and Brian Robinson of 49ers will cap it off with Brian Robinson 2 touchdowns. And we'll have you know, we'll make some money.
A 1 touchdown ticket that would pay nice. And I mean, you're stacking a few guys together, but maybe we throw in Marks, Smith and Jigba, Achane, likely all on a ticket for a touchdown, something like that. All right. Might be a good day for that. All right. Dave?
Yeah.
Good. Anything else?
Ooh, a lot of I think we've exhausted the board.
As we tend to try to do. Okay. All right. Overall, your interest 0 to 10 scale of 0 being sucky games, 10 being a lot of fun. What's the Dave Delgrandy meter at this week?
Well,
Overall fun.
I don't know that it's, well, first of all, I think the schedule is great this week. And we've talked about this earlier. I mean, first off, you look at the morning game and you've got a monster game, Buffalo and New England. I also think that in there, you got the Baltimore-Cincinnati game, which should be very entertaining. So you've got a couple of nice games in the morning. And then, the afternoon, Pacific afternoon. You got Green Bay and Denver. You got Detroit and the Rams, each one of which would be the marquee game on any other weekend, but they got to share the billing. And then you got the intriguing, Indy-Seattle game, which, is probably going to be a disaster, but it's almost like when Sanders made his first start. You kind of had to watch. It'd be interesting to watch at least the first drive or two of Indy against Seattle, just to see if Rivers is able to do anything. So I think the schedule is really good this week, but the fact that it's the fantasy playoffs and it's the first round of the playoffs for so many people, including my son Daniel, who snuck in as the number 4 seed.
Nice.
So he's all excited about that. And then, of course, in my case, where I'm attempting to rally from behind, and so I need a big day, but I also need my opponent to have a bad day. I'm not sure I can score enough points to catch him if he has a big day. I mean, he has a decent day anyway. So, but I like, when you look at my lineup, Goff against the Rams, okay, I'll take that. Barkley against the Raiders and McCaffrey against the Titans. You can't ask for better than that. Rice against the Chargers, Watson against the Broncos. Again, I like the potential there. I picked up Likely to be my tight end. I like that. I like Aubrey, as my goalie, my last line here on Sunday night. As someone who can, hopefully can rally me from behind. I'm very excited about the matchup. But it all comes down to Barkley because he's the first one that's taking the field. He first drive of the game, Philly needs to drive down the field. Barkley needs to score on a 5-yard run, and then we're on our way. So, from a fantasy standpoint, this is what it's all about. You've made it to this point, now it's time to enjoy it. So I can't wait for the games to start.
Bring us another beer.
That's the name of Maggie May. We'll wait there, what a wayside. Maggie May, bring us another beer, bring it another beer, till we're so near. Maggie May, bring us another beer, bring it another beer, till we're so near. Maggie May, bring us another beer, bring it another beer, till we're so near. Maggie May, bring us another beer, bring it another beer, till we're so near.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Good morning. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. Just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, a bunch of good picks with Dave Del Grande. Go ahead and rewind any of that after the show is over on our YouTube channel, Deep End Broadcasting. That's like deep end of a swimming pool. DEEPEND Broadcasting. Welcome. Good morning. I'm Stephen Murray. If you're new to the program, I see a bunch of new viewers on our stats this morning. So thank you for tuning in. You're in good hands. Live content all morning. I myself have been on both sides of the sports book for a combined 65 years. So we can only bring you experience and in the media for the last 30 years or so as well. So all that we can do is provide experience and our expertise the best that we can this morning. Dave Del Grande's hot with his picks. So I would definitely notate what he likes, especially that round robin touchdown. I mean, you got to do it. Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Travis Etienne, Puka Nacua. Easy cases for all of those players to get 2 touchdowns today. Isn't that what we always say, though? Easy. Good news is we'll have my man Nick Athen on here pretty soon from Boots on the Ground in Kansas City, Missouri. We'll get caught up with him. He's with the Chiefs Blitz. He is with PrimetimeSportsTalk.com as well. Nick has covered the Kansas City Chiefs as long as I can remember. He gave me a job early in my media career as a beat writer for the Denver Broncos for his Kansas City Chiefs magazine. Yes, I covered the Broncos and the Broncos alone. And then that grew into the AFC West report, where I brought to the table everything with the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Broncos. So that was fun while that gig lasted. Good resume material for early on for this sportscaster. Okay, we got a lot to get to still. I'm going to go through the whole menu. We're going to go through and pick out I'll pick out what I think are some great plays. We'll put together a touchdown madness ticket. Okay. That will be long shots, mid shots to get 2 touchdowns today that we can simply put 10 to 15 cents on and try to get a jackpot. That's a nice, cheap, easy, fun way to play these games today. We've won 1 on the season. Man, it coming close. I think we've had 4 guys on deck too. If just one of the 4 guys gets a touchdown, then we're going to be a winner. And if two of them get it, a big winner. So we've been flirting with those pretty good, and we'll have some fun with that this morning as well. We'll do a little art of making the tickets. We'll kind of do that as we go through the whole program, to be honest. We'll go ahead and build up some things. We'll look at what did we do last week? Running back receive yards. Let's do quarterback rushing yards. I don't think we've done that in a while. Let's find a good quarterback rushing ticket. When things are a little bit more important, like they are here in December, then rushing can be at a premium. I believe we have on now our man, Nick, is this you?
What's up?
Good morning, our man, Nick Athen, my old boss from the Warpaint Illustrated days. He is
Long ago.
with PrimetimeSportsTalk.com. We also with the Chiefs Blitz. I'm trying to get your bio up, but we're a little slow. We're having a little bit of a winter storm right now. Outside. So a nice Sunday football day for us. Are you at the stadium today, or are you watching this?
No, it's 9 degrees. I'm not going out there today. So,
Right.
If they were undefeated, maybe, but at 6 and 7, nah, I'll pass.
Well, that's interesting you say that. So we last left you. It was the trade deadline. You were optimistic Breece Hall was coming in. In fact, I guess they just didn't want to pay the ransom for him. And here we are. The Chiefs just kind of sputtering. I've been trying to play on them. I've had no success. It almost makes me want to take the Chargers today. I don't know. What's the feeling out there with your fan base? I mean, obviously, there's probably a little bit more grim than you've had in recent years. But there's probably a steadfast amount of people who said, wait a minute, we've seen this song and dance before. We still have Patrick Mahomes. We're going to win on out, and we'll find our way into the playoffs. So what's the vibe like out there in KC?
Well, I woke up this morning, I put a post up, and I said, I'm not going to be surprised if the Chiefs run the table, because let's face it, you got Mahomes, the NFL gods, and the TV networks all want the Chiefs in the playoffs. So I don't know why I feel that way. I didn't feel that way yesterday. I think let's just go get draft Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame with the 13th or the 14th pick, and have a running back that they can abuse for 4 or 5 seasons and bring some Jamal Charles type offense back to the Chiefs. But I think the vibe is, I don't think fans have given up, but I think they've come to the realization that at some point it's going to end. At some point it's going to stop. And I guess the question is this a temporary bump in the road, or is this a trend where they're going to be a 500 team for the next 3 or 4 seasons?
Right. So when I watch the Chiefs, I mean, it's easy for me to say. It's just the offensive line has given him no time to get anything done. I mean, correct?
Well, they're battered, though. I mean, they're missing 3 starters, so you can't sit there and you can't really blame the offensive line. I mean, they played pretty well against Houston up until the last drive, until the fourth quarter, where they just got tired. And the Chiefs, Andy Reid did not do anything to chip the edge rushers. You know, Asa Pole comes in, undrafted guy. They cut him. They were upset they cut him. He gets claimed by the Jets. The Jets release him. They claim him. And, he's going to be their starting right tackle next year, and he's playing left tackle for Simmons. So if the offensive line is healthy, the Chiefs, they might not be 6 and 7. They may be closer to 7. They may be 7 and 6. But at this point, Mahomes has got to stay in the pocket a little bit longer. He's got some happy feet issues.
Yeah, good point.
Yep. His progression reads are not as sharp as they've been in the past, and he just, he relies too much on his instincts sometimes to leave when it's not the right time to leave the pocket. And I think the bigger issue is they just can't run the damn ball. And, there was a report yesterday we reported on that Zeb Pacheco is definitely not coming back next year. I mean, that's a dumb moment. They're going to draft a running back. Now,
you said that first too, Nick, on this show, even I think a year or two ago. You said, I don't know about Pacheco.
Yeah, I think Breece Hall is still an opportunity for Kansas City. I think there was a lot of good conversations between his camp and his agent. She's a sharp shooter. He's going to want to go to the right team. They got Damian Pierce, who's going to be a free agent. They haven't activated him yet. Maybe we see him in the last few games to see what he can do. He will not play today. But I think overall, you know, Mahomes has left some big opportunities on the table. He's kind of, you know, he's tip and toeing a little bit on the offensive line with their issues. But listen, Travis Kelce's having a great year. Rice and Worthy have digressed. They're not as good as they were, you know, at their peak, you know, before the injury for Rice last season. And for Worthy, he's just too banged up. He's got a bad shoulder.
Is that the problem? Because that was my next question is, what the hell happened with the disappearing act by that guy?
Which one, Rice or Worthy?
Worthy, yeah.
He's hurt. I mean, that shoulder injury, I mean, you're talking about a complete dislocation of his shoulder. And he's wearing a brace, and he's still tentative, and then he hurt his knee. You know, and he added about 8 or 9 pounds to his frame. And I think that's a problem. I think he should go back to being, you know, shed that weight a little bit.
Yeah, he's a speedster.
Regain his speed. But, you know, he's not cutting on the field. He's not, you know, he had a couple of opportunities, you know, to cut back and probably score touchdowns in the last 3 or 4 games. And he's just not able to do that. And, you know, they've got Tyquan Thornton, who is going to play a lot today because Hollywood Brown is out for personal reasons. You know, and
interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I think the problem is the pressure that this entire team is feeling is immense. You know, not only do they have the pressure from themselves, you know, from the outside forces who are all against them. I mean, the 31 NFL teams are going to celebrate it.
Now you know what it's like to be a Patriots fan from the last 2 days.
Yeah, and the only people who aren't going to be celebrating are the guys in New York,
right?
Who gain massive ratings when the Chiefs are playing football, and it's going to hurt. I mean, you're not going to have, if the Chiefs aren't in the playoffs, there's not a team out there that's going to carry the eyeballs like Kansas City. So it isn't going to be the Denver Broncos. It's not going to be the Buffalo Bills or the New England Patriots. They'll all be kind of nice stories. The Colts are not going to make the playoffs. So I think when you look at all of this, you know, the Chiefs just ultimately have just succumbed to the pressure, and they just have not been able to overcome their own mistakes. And that's why they're sitting at 6 and 7 on the verge of not making the playoffs.
All right, you mentioned the Patriots. I got to tell you, because I'm anxiety through the roof right now. So I have this ticket from the preseason. You ready for this?
Let's have it.
250 to 1 odds. Is it the Patriots to win the Super Bowl? No. Is it to win the AFC? No, not at all. Obviously, it's not to win the division. That's too long. 250 to 1.
Bet make the playoffs, didn't you?
No, it would be less than that. I think to make the playoffs, they were just at 15 to 1 to start the season. 250 to 1 for them to go 6-0 in the AFC East. How about that?
Ooh.
And now we got Buffalo today. And then if we can get by today, we have 2 big underdogs with the Jets and the Dolphins, where we can try to play both sides of the pot, guarantee a big win. $100 to win 25 grand, and it's all going to come down to Josh Allen against the Patriots today. I can't hedge now. I'll be dipping too much into, because I'll have to double up 3 games. I don't want to do that quite yet. We're just going to bite the bullet and hope for the best.
Wow, that's yeah. I think the toughest game for you is going to be at New England, with the Dolphins coming to New England for the season finale, where it may be a meaningless game.
That's fine, because I can play the Dolphins plus the points and try to get both sides of the angle there and guarantee a huge win, to be honest, either way. And I do have a ticket where maybe if it does mean something for Miami, I have $25 to win about 8 grand on Dallas and Miami to make the playoffs. So maybe I get in a scenario where Miami wins, they get in the playoffs.
You're a heavy hitter. Maybe you and I should talk before the season starts next year.
Let's get to some gambling stuff for this game, because you mentioned Tyquan Thornton, and now I'm salivating. And I've seen his numbers already gone up a couple yards already now from this news and information on the air. It's amazing how we talk about things, and next thing you know, it changes. But now at 13.5 for his receive yards, that's one we should jump on, huh?
Oh hell yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Let me go down the list of the other guys. Juju,
right.
Juju is 12.5.
No.
Noah Gray is 11.5.
Yeah, some would say he's going to have a bounce back game.
Okay. So we can throw Gray and Thornton on that list. Thornton, the primary one. Kareem Hunt, 7.5.
Rushing yards?
Receive yards.
No.
No. Okay. Let's flip it to the other side. How about Worthy? We talked about him. 37.5.
I'm only going to say yes because Hollywood Brown's going to be out, and I think they're going to focus on Kelsey and Rice. I don't think they're as concerned about Worthy, so I'm going to go plus side on that one.
Okay, so Worthy and then Thornton might be a nice little same game parlay.
Yeah, I think those will be the two leading receivers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's flip it to the defense. Omarion Hampton is at 11.5 receive yards. What do you think about that?
You know, I would say definitely yes, because I think, you know, I don't trust Justin Herbert, you know, with the hand injury.
Right.
You know, he got beat up a little. He got really beat up in that Eagles game. And though the Chiefs pass rush is nowhere near what the Eagles have, that cold temperature on that hand is not going to feel good. And I think he's going to dump the ball off quite a bit.
Okay. Following the Pacheco news, Pacheco's at 30.5 rushing yards.
No.
So Pacheco under.
Under.
And we have Hunt at 36.5. He just doesn't get the big gain.
Yeah, I think that's plausible. I mean, the Chargers' run defense is okay.
Right.
It's not great, but he's so tough that bouncing off guys in the cold weather. So I would say plus side on that one.
All right. Worthy for 4.5 rushing yards. That sounds like a yes to me.
Yeah, I think that's up to Andy. If they do some reverses and they do some receiver motion, yeah, I would say that's a good chance there.
The Chargers' defense is good enough. You're going to want them to go different directions probably. So I would say that's a good guess.
I agree.
Okay. The player most likely to get 2 touchdowns in this game.
I think it's going to be Vidal.
Really? Okay.
I don't know why I think that. I just like him, and I think he's tough. And in short yardage situations, yeah, obviously Hampton's going to be in there, but I just like Vidal. I think he's the better running back.
Vidal is 65-1.
Yeah, there you go. What the hell?
That's worth $5 anyway.
It sure is. Okay.
All right. Any other props we might want to look at in this game?
I think you have to look at Mahomes. I think my gut reaction is I think Mahomes is going to play a really good football game today.
I like the over in this game, actually.
Yeah, I would do the over for passing yards for Mahomes and touchdowns. I just got a hunch. He's tired of the noise. He doesn't want the season to end. It's not Jeremiah Love time just yet, but he knows that his legacy and his leadership and his pride, they're all in question right now. And I like the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers are at 9-4. If the Chiefs win, they're 7-7. The Chargers are 9-5. And as long as the Chiefs run out and tie the Chargers, they have the tiebreaker. So that's really the only path here. And I think Mahomes, you know, he's taken a lot of criticisms. He's also acting differently than he's ever acted in the past. Yes, it's disappointing, and you can see it. But he's also kind of making some comments about the way the coaching staff is running the offense. He's not just saying it's my responsibility anymore. He's starting to have that Tom Brady vibe. And I think the best thing that could happen to his career, and I mean this very seriously, is if the Chiefs run the table and get into the playoffs, then all that talk about Mahomes is going to disappear. And everybody's going to say this team is still the Chiefs. And they may not go deep into the postseason this year. But if he gets them there, and I think it starts today, he knows he's got to carry this team. And I'm not ready at 30 years old to bet against him that he can't get it done and the Chiefs can get in the playoffs.
Where he's been way overpriced for 1.5 touchdowns in recent weeks, he's now plus 112 for over 1.5 touchdowns today. He's getting plus money on Patrick Mahomes touchdowns. Interesting. Plus 410 for 3. Sounds like it's in play.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right.
I agree with you 100%.
And you do like the over? I mean, I think this is a game that could go into the 50s easily, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the over.
Okay. Who wins?
Well, I picked the Chargers 21-20 all week, but when I woke up this morning, I kind of thought, nothing would surprise me if Mahomes just does the impossible and just carries his team, and the NFL gods bounce a few losses for the Chargers, maybe the Texans. So I'm going to go Kansas City is going to win this game 27-24.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Texans lost today, to be honest.
Well, they're playing the Cardinals, and the Cardinals is dysfunctional. They don't have the top receiver. They're a horribly coached team.
They're an over game. They would have to win a shootout somehow.
Yeah,
against that defense.
Nick Chubb isn't going to play, and I think that's a pretty big loss for them. In fact, he may be out for the rest of the year, and that's going to hurt them. I think the Texans and the Chargers have to play each other, which is great news for Kansas City, because I think I think the best chance. I mean, the Chargers have to go to Kansas City today. They have to go to Dallas next weekend, and we don't know which Cowboys team's going to show up. And then they play the Texans on a Saturday at home, and then they go to Denver to finish out the season. And if the Broncos probably hold the key to the Chiefs getting in the playoffs. If the Broncos are still fighting for the number 1 seed, and that's the only chance they have. That is the only chance that the Broncos have to get to the Super Bowl is have that first round bye. Their quarterback's not going to win 3 playoff games. It's not going to happen. As great as that defense is, Bo Nix is not going to win three games in January. It's just not going to happen. So the Broncos might hold the key. If they're in play for the number 1 seed, and right now they have it, if they win out, they've got the number 1 seed, regardless of what New England does. New England's going to play today at noon, and the Broncos play at 3 against the Packers at home. So they're going to have a pretty good idea as to where, they stand heading into this game, and which means they're going to have to, if they run the table, and that includes beating the Chargers, that's going to help Kansas City. If Kansas City can beat the Broncos on Christmas night, to make it a game to where the last game matters.
Right. All right, we'll have to feel things out as we get to the end of the season. Probably we'll have to have you back on for the regular season.
All good.
But I'd love to have you pick some playoff games once we get to that as well.
I'm all in. Let me know.
All right, let's see. The way you were talking a minute ago, it sounded like you liked the Patriots against the Bills. Is that true?
Yeah, I don't think they're a fluke. What I like about the Patriots, and I mean, obviously Vrabel was clearly the best hire, was going to be the best hire.
They're well-rounded. It's hard to find a weakness, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they're the best team in the AFC overall. What I like about them is they beat. Now the schedule hasn't been great. Let's be honest. It's been pretty easy, but they beat up easy teams. And I think when you beat up easy
you can make that argument for everybody. There's a lot of bad teams out there.
If you can beat up bad teams like they have, that means they're focused.
Right.
And they don't play down to their opponent. And I think that's the Mike Vrabel impact. Now, I will say this. The Patriots have the best chance they're going to have in the next couple of years to get to the Super Bowl. Because the Bengals, well, depending on if Joe Burrow gets traded, and I think he will, depending on where he lands in the AFC or NFC, I think Mahomes will come back. I think the Ravens I don't know what the Ravens are going to do, but I think the AFC is going to be a lot more competitive next year, and they're going to have to play a first-place schedule. So we're going to find out pretty fast what kind of team they are. But the Broncos, the Patriots, this is their best chance. The Bills, I don't think the Bills are a factor. Those two teams who have been bad for so long are going to get a chance to make a statement, and it might be the only statement they make for a while. Because I think the Chiefs are going to be really good next year if they make the right moves in the offseason. And I think Patrick Mahomes is going to show us his best football at age 31 and beyond.
All right, I like it. All right, good stuff. Thank you.
So
All
see
right.
what happens.
All right, I appreciate a few minutes this morning.
All right, buddy.
Love the prop angles, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Okay, you got it. Take care.
My man Nick Athen, boots on the ground in Missouri today with the Chiefs Blitz. My old boss at Warpaint Illustrated. Again, I'll go through those props real quick. Yes, on Tyquan Thornton receive yards. Noah Gray, maybe. Worthy is the other receiver he likes for his receive yards. Amarian Hampton receive yards, yes. Pacheco rush yards under. Worthy rush yards, yes. The player most likely for 2 touchdowns is Vidal, not Hampton, at 65-1, which makes sense, obviously, because I got some Hampton stuff already. So why not Vidal? I'll have to play something with him straight. In fact, we might put him in 2 touchdown madness. How about that? Patrick Mahomes, over 1.5 touchdowns, is at plus money today. For 3 touchdowns, he's at plus 410. I might as well just break this game down now myself. We haven't done Survivor Pool yet. In fact, let's do an abbreviated version because most of you guys are out of Survivor or won it. I don't know how much more Survivor we have left. I mean, we're in the millions at Vegas. We're down to, I believe, 9 people. Maybe less if a couple of people at Tampa Bay the other night. I'll have to take a look at that today, who took the Circus Survivor picks. Each of those tickets worth about $2 million. You can make a case for the Jaguars. I'm assuming a lot of people haven't used them, or the Texans today. Let's see. The other case would be for the Eagles. I haven't taken the Eagles. I think I'll use Philly as my survivor. So Philly would be my survivor pick today. Let's see. You can make a case a little bit for the Bears, maybe, against the Browns. A sneaky one is the Rams over the Lions. Now, the sneaky one last week lost for me, so maybe not. Don't get sneaky. That was the Chiefs. Just talking about them with the Texans with Nick. Let's see. Seattle. If you have Seattle, that'd be another good one to take. You almost want to just make it to the end now and cash out some money. So that would be it. Seattle or Philly for me. I know I probably wouldn't have used Philly yet, so I would have them in the book for Survivor. Okay. Let's see if we'll get the Ant-Man to tune in as well. Let's see if he'll spend some extra time with us this morning. He's been hermetizing, so we might not see him at all. But we'll get to this Chiefs game. We'll start off here with the Chargers and the Chiefs. The Chiefs are at -5.5, and 41.5 is the total. We just basically went through most of the lines if you've been listening. So I do have on a ticket Ladd McConkey and Kareem Hunt for a touchdown. Ladd's plus 230. Kareem Hunt's plus 115. Tyquan Thornton is at plus 750. He's going to be the new interesting player in for me today, as we're going to have to put a star next to his name, as I got a lot of notes on this Chiefs game now. But Tyquan Thornton, interesting number, plus 750 for a touchdown, and what could be a higher scoring day today, for sure. We need to do a 2-touchdown madness ticket. Now, do we take Thornton and Vidal in a weird way? Says this could be the higher scoring game of the day. We usually take one guy from both sides. Well, Vidal's 65-1. Thornton's 125-1. Let's just start there. And they won't let us do it together because it's such a high payout. But I'll go ahead and throw Tyquan Thornton. I got to do this on my phone so I can play with some other numbers with you guys. But on the Touchdown Madness ticket that will start today, we will go ahead and throw on Tyquan Thornton and Kimani Vidal for 2 touchdowns each in this Charger-Chief game. Of course, Vidal makes sense because everyone wants Omari in Hampton. That's why it's going to be Vidal, right? We still see how good Vidal has been as well. So let me get these guys plugged in on the phone. Oh, man. There's Vidal and there's Thornton. Okay. So we have those guys both locked in for 2 touchdown madness. I'll try to remember to do an interception list, and we got to do a quarterback rushing yards list as well. I'm not going to take either quarterback for an interception in this game. For the rushing yards, let's just take a look at them. We'll take a look at them for every game. We'll try to build the best ticket possible here. A little bit harder job when I'm solo, but I'm used to it. I can talk forever. Again, this show is never scripted. Maybe you can tell that sometimes. Maybe a lot of times you can't, but never, ever is this show scripted. All right, we go to the rushing props, and we have Mahomes 21.5 rush, and Herbert's at 22.5. Man, Herbert, doesn't he just always go over that? Herbert for 40 yards rushing today is at plus 350. So let's throw Herbert on the list, and we might leave him out at the end because I think we just want 5 guys, maybe just 4 guys. But we'll put him on the short list of candidates to have his rushing yards on the Art of Making Tickets quarterback rushing yard focus this morning. All right, no interceptions here. Next game. Jets and the Jaguars. Jaguars are 13.5, 40.5. Now, I think this game can go over. The interesting thing for the quarterback here for the Jets is you just can't dismiss him right off the bat because we don't know who he is, Brady Cook. He has thrown for 9,000 yards in the SEC and college at Missouri. All right, so he's playing good schools and good defenses, and he's also rushed for 1,000 yards. So that says a lot about him. Maybe he is a good little sneaky quarterback, and these quarterbacks do emerge out of nowhere once in a while. Let's see. The Brady Cook passing touchdowns today. Well, Trevor Lawrence for 3 is at plus 280. Brady Cook for 3 is at 12-1. Now, is Brady Cook worth a 3 touchdown bet? Or maybe, I don't know, but maybe a 2. Maybe over 1.5. You give him a shot just because the price is so right, and maybe you hit home with it. It's a risk reward type of thing, but we can't say it's a sure thing. That's for sure. I can't promise it's going to happen, but the price is right if you want to try. So if you want to go Brady Cook, just 160.5 on his passing yards as well. All right. Let's see here. What else in this game? Rushing yards, ETN 74.5. Breece Hall is at 59.5. I just don't like rushing yards at the end of the day. The quarterbacks are at 13.5, and Lawrence is at 15.5. Both of these guys are candidates to run if we want to do our rushing ticket. I mean, do we take a chance on Cook? If he gets to 30 yards, it's plus 450. So we'll put him on our list of quarterback rushers to be able to obtain 30 or 40 yards. I don't have a price on 40, so 30 yards at plus 450 would be an interesting way to do it. If you wanted to take Trevor Lawrence, then he is at 15.5, and also, let's see where he is at. I don't see him on here. How come he's not on here for his alternate number? Huh. Okay. So, if you want Trevor Lawrence numbers, shop around to the different books. I'm not going to go digging for it, but I can't find any price for 30 or 40 yards for him. Dave Delgrande loves Travis Etienne, if you missed him earlier. He loves him for 2 touchdowns, in fact, today. I think you got to take a look at Brian Thomas Jr. again. He's at 46.5, another low number for him. He exceeded by it last week. Bought on him right at the right time. Not at 80 point of the season until last week, maybe week 2 or whatever we did. But I think you can go back to the well on some more Brian Thomas stuff and try to stack it up if you want to. That number is cheap to me. It's a nice day. He's getting a better rapport with Lawrence. So a player who should be better than what he was, kind of starting to emerge a little bit. You definitely got to take an eye out for him on a game like this against the Jets. 46.5 for Brian Thomas Jr. over will be a play for me. Breece Hall, again, I've heard it. It's just coaching malpractice. It's a complete injustice. You should go to jail if you don't throw Breece Hall the football. It's 15.5 yards for his baseline receiving today. I think that's a good solid pick on that front. So in this Jets game against the Jaguars, my best plays will be the quarterback Cook. We'll try him for over 1.5 passing touchdowns. We'll take him for 30 yards rushing. We'll take Brian Thomas Jr. over 46.5, and we'll stretch that number up as well, alternate-wise, and some sort of a round robin maybe. 80 yards is plus 340. 100 yards is plus 680 for Brian Thomas Jr. today. And Breece Hall, we'll go and stretch him up. 40 yards is always a good number for Breece. 5-1 for Breece Hall to get the 40 yards today. So you could do 100 yards by Thomas Jr. and 40 yards by Breece Hall and get 36-1 odds today. How about that? If you wanted to add on the quarterback, now this is the art of making tickets. If you want to add on the quarterback, I really just take a shot here. Let's take Cook for 25 yards at plus 290. Okay, so Brady Cook, 25 yards at plus 290. Breece Hall, 40 yards receiving. Brian Thomas Jr., 100 yards receiving. $10 wins you $1,558. Wow. So let's take a picture of that. All right. And on 2 touchdown madness today, Etienne's at plus 360. Again, Delgrande loves him. Myers, 13-1. Brian Thomas Jr., 18-1. Breece Hall, 19-1. Brenton Strange, 25-1. Trevor Lawrence, 25-1. Tootin is 30-1. Parker Washington, 30-1. Tim Patrick has been scoring. He's 70-1. Mechie's 55-1. Man, who do we throw on this 2 touchdown madness ticket? Let's see here. I do got Nephew Dave chiming in here. We'll go through his picks at the end. Here's one little pick for us. Nephew Dave vacationing down in Florida. Let's see here. So let me get off this Chief game for this 2 touchdown madness. Back up to Jacksonville. And let's see here. Who do we want for 2 touchdowns in this? Tim Patrick at 70-1. Really? That's where we're going to go. Let's go with Breece Hall at 19-1. Why not? We don't have Breece in anything, and that there is a chance that can happen. All right. Let's see here. All right. What else? All right, so we got 2 touchdown madness, Brees Hall, right? Okay. Interception list. Lawrence, the Jets don't get any turnovers, so we can't take Lawrence for throwing an interception. Can we take this Brady Cook guy? We probably can. We'll let him off the leash since we're rooting for him today. No interceptions for Brady Cook. Brees Hall, 19-1 for 2 touchdowns. When do you ever see that? I'm telling you, Brian Thomas Jr. at 18-1 is attractive as well. All right, next game, Arizona and Houston. 10.5, 42.5. The Texans the favorite. Arizona's schizophrenic. We just heard that from Nick Athen. Dave Delgrande agrees. These games go over. Give me the over 42.5 in this game. Let's try it out. The Texans, good defense, great defense, perhaps. But I think Brissett and company, they seem to find the end zone a little bit. So if they get 14 to 20 points, the Texans can cover the rest, and we'll get over 42.5 today. So I anticipate that to be the case. I like Nico Collins today. Why not? We want a superstar to emerge and rise. He's a 74.5 for his baseline. I think he's a 100-yard receiver today for Houston. I haven't gone heavy on his props, but I probably need to. Let's see. For Nico Collins, his alternate number today, plus 220 for 100 yards. If he got 125 or 110, that wouldn't shock me. He's 3-1 for 110, 5-1 for 125. So if we're going to take some sort of a superstar ticket, I think you got to throw Nico Collins in there. 2 touchdowns today for Nico, and he's even money for 1. But for 2 touchdowns, he's at 7-1. Woody Marks is at plus 490. Trey McBride, 15-1. Michael Wilson, 22-1. DeMarcado, 55-1. Bam Knight, 27-1. Jaden Higgins, 30-1. Kirk is 45-1. CJ Stroud is at 100-1. Let's throw Kirk, 45-1. Just because he's been on my mind a little bit. We'll throw him into the touchdown madness ticket here. Christian Kirk, 45-1. And this is a mad ticket for sure. Right now we have Tyquan Thornton, Kamini Vidal, Brees Hall, and Christian Kirk on this long shot type of ticket. All right, I got the old roommate Crazy James stopping by. Got to give him a little direction. Okay. What else on this game? Low hanger receivers. I feel like the Texan receivers are always low, but Kirk again. I mean, Kirk is at 15.5 receive yards. Got to take that. Woody Marks, 10.5. There's no Chubb. We're getting a lot of Woody Marks today. I think you take that as well. So Marks over his receive, Kirk over his receive, Nico over his receive. That means that should be a big day for Stroud. Stroud's 231.5. Yeah, let's take his yards over. 3 touchdown passes for Stroud today, plus 225. And Brissett is at even money for him is at 34.5 for his passing yards. His touchdowns, Jacoby Brissett, 8-1 for 3. So he's paying good for 3. I guess that's the defense overall. But look, I got a few plays there. I mean, I think I like the Brees Hall receive yards the best. Brian Thomas receive yards the best. The Brady Cook rush yards. But you got to take a shot at Kirk. You got to. His number's so low. Stretch it through the roof and play some sort of an alt line for him. All right. Do we have Kirk on this ticket? Yes, we do. Either quarterback for an interception. You know what? We can throw Brissett on here. Jacoby Brissett, for an interception today makes sense. And you know, if you've been having fun with the Michael Wilson and the Trey McBride stuff, keep it up. I mean, those guys are quite capable today as well. The touchdown scores for them, McBride's plus 171 and Wilson's plus 240. So you're getting a good price on just the both of them. Just a score on the Arizona end. That is what, 5-1? 9-1. 9-1 on Wilson and Trey McBride, both to have a touchdown for their team today. That's not bad at all. What is it with Nico? Let's see. Nico, Trey McBride, Michael Wilson, all that pays 18-1. So $10 wins you 180 if you want to play that safer type of fun route. All right, game of the day here. Oh, my God, look at this. The Bills are now up to 2.5-point favorites. 49.5. The over-under went down this morning, is now back up. And now Buffalo taking on another full point on the road as the team that is in second place on the road to the team who's in first place with the better record, yet the home team is the underdog. Wow, that is the Big Steve system play for the last 20 years that has caught my eye, and it's usually a winner. Last 2 weeks, just last week on 2 occasions, it got wamboozled. 46-point loss combined in the 2 games with Washington and the Colts, both getting their doors blown off. But here's Buffalo, Josh Allen Superman, laying 2.5 now at New England. And is that scary? That's scary for me, let me tell you, as we have this Patriots to sweep the division bet at 250-1 odds. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Touchdown scorers in this game. James Cook, Josh Allen are both minus 120. Henderson plus 105. Diggs plus 150. It is a Stephon Diggs revenge game. Ramondre Stevenson plus 170. Henry, that is Hunter Henry, plus 210. Dalton Kincaid plus 280. Kayshon Boutte plus 280. Shakir plus 330. Dawson Knox plus 370. And I guess we don't have Dalton Kincaid still. All right, Demario Douglas. How about that? Plus 650. Demario Douglas for a touchdown today. I love it. He's going to pay good for 2 as well. But if you're looking to do some sort of long shot ticket with Vidal for a touchdown, let's see. Who is the other guy? Tyquan Thornton for a touchdown. Maybe Demario Douglas for a touchdown at plus 650. You're going to get paid all sorts of good ways on those. 2 touchdowns today. James Cook 5-1. Josh Allen plus 550. Travion Henderson 7-1. Diggs 12-1. Stevenson 13-1. Hunter Henry 20-1. Boutte 27-1. Kincaid. No, there's Dalton Kincaid 27-1. So we do have Kincaid in there. Shakir 35-1. Dawson Knox 40-1. Gabe Davis 50-1. Mac Hollins is at 50-1 for 2 touchdowns. Drake May 55-1. Ty Johnson is at 75-1. All right, we need to take a Patriot for 2 touchdowns. Go ahead and give me my man Demario Douglas, right? As we're going to keep this 2 touchdown madness ticket blowing up through the roof here. Hopefully they'll let us play all this mess. I see. I was playing around with one the other day, and they were like, "I don't know, Steve. Recheck your funds and do it again." Let's see here. Let's see if they'll do this anyway for just these guys. Yeah, they did. Okay. So already I invested $1.60 just to win $99,000 on these guys for 2. Vidal, Tyquan Thornton, Breece Hall, Christian Kirk, Demario Douglas. All right. we will use them again and refire with a couple other players. Low-hanging receiver props here. Travion Henderson, 15.5. James Cook, 16.5. Ramondre Stevenson, 10.5. Ty Johnson, just 11.5. DeMario Douglas, 15.5. Gabe Davis, 18.5. So there's all kinds of low-hanging numbers to try to stretch up here in what will likely be a snow game. Looks like we got some snow happening for this kickoff in just 2 hours in Foxborough. Passing numbers here. Drake May, 233.5. Allen, 222.5. Drake May for 3 touchdowns passing is at plus 290. I would take a shot at that, actually. Josh Allen for 3 touchdowns passing plus 430. I wouldn't be afraid to pull the trigger on that. Josh Allen's always a automatic for 2 touchdowns for me to play. I can't do it today. I have too much rooting interest in the Patriots and their things. So it's all going to be Patriot stuff for me, and I'm going to try to root home this 250-1 to sweep the division ticket. Trust me. Really sweating it out. All right, let's see what else we got. 1 o'clock slate. Got 4 more, and I think we'll maybe take a quick break, stretch the legs, and we'll do the rest. I'll see if I can find the Ant-Man as well. Kansas City and the Chargers, we talked about that, yes. Philly and the Raiders. This should be easy. Well, give me Philly. Philly on the spread, and give me everything you can with Barkley. Why? Because you can't bet anything else. Barkley is at 80.5 now for his rush yards, so that number is up on the day today. His touchdowns. I don't want to steer you in any other direction. This is the Barkley day against the Raiders. Although we'll take Genty as well. Barkley 6-1 for 2, and he's live at 40-1 now for 3. That went up. I played him at 33-1, so maybe I should play a little bit more with him. All right. Kenny Pickett passing yards today. You get minus 122 at 175 yards. 3 touchdown passes is plus 1280. 3 touchdown passes by Hurts at plus 450. This just has to be the Barkley day, right? Give me Genty as well, though. 53.5 is too low for his rushing number. I think he'll get above that. He'll get plenty of opportunities. And I think Genty in the receive game as well. Genty is at 17.5 receive yards for him. So and the phone is blowing up this morning. So I got a nice page of picks already working just through these games. Stuff I haven't even looked at from tickets I have earlier in the week. So this is going to be a busy week 15 over here at the Sports Lounge for sure. But just to keep it simple, all Eagles all day. Well, I mean, put it this way. Yes, the Eagles could come out and kill you. But when they win this game like 34-9, you'll be like, why didn't I take some sort of Philly alt line? That's what I would suggest. Just take Philly in the round robin of an alt line. Find a couple other things you like. Move the lines. That way you're not putting $100 on a minus 11.5 or $200. Go ahead and just stretch the line to 19.5, maybe even 23.5. Hope for the blowout, because there's blowouts in sports. In every sport, there's a blowout every day. And why not the Eagles over the Raiders? And the ultimate kind of get-right scenario against the quarterback who used to play for him well as well. I mean, they know Pickett. That's what's going to help the Philly cause in this game as well. They'll be able to game plan for him. So give me Philly just to be the smarter and better team. I'll take the Genty rush yards and give me everything Barkley. Receive, rush, touchdowns, etc. All right, another game that can be higher scoring today is with the Ravens and the Bengals. 51.5 the total here. The Ravens now have reached -3 everywhere. So money has come in on the Ravens this morning. Let's see here. All right. I think you just play it over. Again, I mean, play your Jamar Chase if you want. Play your Isaiah Likely if you want. Play your Mark Andrews if you want. Could be a good chance for Bateman to get back involved. He's been banged up. Chase Brown's just at 20.5, his receive yards. Isis is at 29.5. Yosevas. Likely is at 38.5. Like all those over. Passing props today. Burrow's 259.5. Lamar's at 228.5 for their passing yards. And then for their touchdowns, let's see here. Over 1.5 for Burrow is minus 215. Over 1.5 for Lamar is at minus 126. I would just focus on the players, much less the quarterbacks, just in case one gets hurt too. This game could swing either way. I wouldn't doubt if either team wins. Probably going to lean with the Ravens a little bit because they should be the better team, but I'm not convinced that is the case, to be honest. Maybe overrated. I've been saying it for years. I feel like they're overrated, but they keep winning. Here they are looking like crap this year. So maybe I'm right for a change. The team points for the Bengals is interesting to me. I can get the Bengals on their baseline. Let's see. At 24.5. I think you can get to 28 points. And you're plus 158 on over 27.5 points for the Bengals today. So I think we see some scoring, and hopefully this game moves up and down the field. Now, if we need to find a 2-touchdown score, we need to kind of find a ringer at some point. And this makes sense to have a ringer. How about we just take Derrick Henry for 2 touchdowns as our ringer today? Oh, in fact, maybe we should take Barkley as our ringer as well. Let's do that. We'll do a double ringer on the double running back scenario with Barkley and Hunter, with Derrick Henry. And what that does is now we just need one of these longer shots to hit for a nice payout on a parlay. Literally, we're carpet bombing some long shots and putting a couple short shots in there. And if we round robin this, we now have 33 game parlays. If we do 10 cents each, our average payout is still about $4,000 or so. And that's Derrick Henry, Barkley, Demario Douglas, Christian Kirk, Breece Hall, Tyquan Thornton, and Kamini Vidal. So basically, if Derrick Henry and Barkley get 2, and then say we get Thornton to hit for 2, that's still going to be a nice, at least $1,500 payout for a 3-touchdown score on Touchdown Madness. All right, either of these quarterbacks for an interception, I would say no. Let's throw Kenny Pickett on the interception list. So we have Brissett and Kenny Pickett both to throw a pick. Quarterback rushing yards, we haven't looked at that. Jalen Hurts is always someone we can look at. So is Lamar, but we'll pass on both of those guys as their numbers will be elevated. I think a higher scoring game, though. Again, Likely seems to be a good candidate, 38.5 for his over receiving yards today. Not too many super low hangers. Rasheen Ali is an interesting player for the Ravens. He's been getting more and more involved in the act. 8.5 yards for him receiving. Derrick Henry is at 9.5. This should be a game if you want to do anytime touchdown, like Mark Andrews, Likely, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown. Like a ticket like that probably hits. Let's see what that pays. Just for something basic, right? Let's say Derrick Henry, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, and we'll throw a Likely on there. 20-1. So $100 would win you $2,000 Derrick Henry, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, Isaiah Likely. That's not the worst ticket. All right, moving on. 2 more 1 o'clock games. Giants and Commanders. I'm going to go back to the well with Washington on the alt line. I'm an idiot. They killed me last week. Same premise as last week. A little bit of pride. They have good players. This is a game that we should be able to win. Maybe Minnesota was tricky with Flores and a little bit longer trip. But we know this opponent. And the Giants aren't any good. Their coaches are gone. So they're kind of a team in limbo and in flux themselves, and probably not even worthy of them being a favorite. But you get a good number on the Washington alt line if they can win by a couple of scores here. you shake your head, but the stuff can happen. I mean, last week, would anyone would have thought the Titans and Browns would combine for the points that they did? The fact that both of those quarterbacks would almost get 3 touchdowns each, as we joked about on the show ourselves. So 13.5 is plus 470, 12.5 plus 420 for the Commanders. You don't have to follow me, guys, but I'm going to take it. And let's just see what happens on a 2-touchdown madness ticket for Washington and the Giants. We'll go ahead and choose. Let's see. Well, we're going to get a good number on who do we want to take? Debo Samuel's 18-1. Do we take him? Do we take Scary Terry at 18-1? Let's take Terry McLaurin at 18-1. That's still a good price for him at the end of the day. We'll throw him on the madness ticket. We'll throw Jackson Dart on the interception list. How about that? Maybe he throws a pick and has a bad day himself. All right, so let me go ahead and take a commercial. I'll stretch the legs out. We got one more 1 o'clock game, and then we'll go ahead and do the rest of the slate for the evening. We'll do the night games. We'll go through our best bets. We'll do our 2 touchdown scores, rinse and repeat everything. We'll get you out of here before noon on kickoff. All right, so I'm running solo today. We'll go ahead and cue up the Pie Tasters. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. You're listening live from our Deep End studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States of America. We will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Good morning. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters bringing us back in for our final segment as we have one more 1 o'clock game to go. The rest of the 4 o'clocks. And I think we'll get the Ant-Man to chime in here in a few minutes. How about that? We'll get his picks for today as well.
And operated CP Shuckers.
Oh, we'll go ahead and kill that commercial. As we are right at the 4-hour mark here on this Sunday NFL Week 15. As fast as it goes by, man. You only get 18 of these a year, these Sundays. Here we are. We have, after today, just 3 left. And, man, you just miss it. It all goes by so fast. Huge games today. Bills, Patriots for me, 250-1. Need the Patriots to win. And I can hedge like a mofo and guarantee a huge, huge profit. So that is the elephant in the room for me today. and let's go through the rest of the games. We need to fill out one more last touchdown madness guy from our last game with the Bears and the Browns. Bears 7.5, 38.5. Let's just do that right off the bat. I'm not going to trust anything Cleveland today, although the Shedeur Sanders story has been nice. It's just super cold here. Coldest game in Chicago history. I would not doubt this game plays over, though. The Browns have played higher scoring games going over. Give me Monangai 12-1 for 2 touchdowns today. We'll throw him on touchdown madness, as he's been quite the nice, funny young player to root for. And I was looking for his receiving number, which I did not see the other day when I was looking for it initially. And I don't have it now either for Monangai. I was hoping for a number for him. I settled on Swift over 14.5, as I think both of these running backs do get a heavy workload through the ground and through the air for Caleb Williams today. I do. I think basically the Bears kind of nickel and dime themselves to a win. I went down as 20-6, 23-6, 23-9, 27-12, 27-16 even. And that game goes over the total somehow. So it's just a weird game to me. I don't have the super greatest feel for it. The passing props, let's see. Caleb is 3 touchdowns for plus 430. Shedeur, 3 touchdowns is at 12-1. I just don't want to get involved there. Let's keep it simple. It's been Monangai or Swift. They're the most 2 reliable ones in this game. And we'll take a shot on the younger Monangai today. We'll throw him on our 2 touchdown madness ticket. So, Kyle Monangai at 12-1 goes on 2 touchdown madness, which is the combination of these players. It is Kimani Vidal, Tyquan Thornton, Breece Hall, Christian Kirk, Demario Douglas, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, Kyle Monangai. The average payout, if any of the 3 hit, is about $3,500. We really did dumb it down with some of the shorter shots here towards the end. And for 2, we'll get a little over $100. Let's see. Is that right? $12.95. $13.72. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we'll play 15-cent 2 leg parlays, and we'll get almost $200 on the average if we get 2 of these. Monangai, Terry McLaurin, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Demario Douglas, Christian Kirk, Breece Hall, Tyquan Thornton, Kamini Vidal. And then if we get a 3-game parlay, we'll put 11 cents on it each leg, and that will give us about an average of nearly $4,000 if we get 3 of the 4. Now, if we get something longer like Demario Douglas, Christian Kirk, Breece Hall, and we did play all these other longer shots on a ticket by themselves, we're going to get a nice payout if we can just get some of these longer shots to get home. Okay, so that is your touchdown madness ticket for today. In fact, they won't let me do it. Too many people. So let's see here. Let's get rid of Monangai. Let's try this again. They're really playing spoiler on me on this. Playing a little watchdog on me. The 2 touchdown madness tickets are starting not to fly anymore. Maybe we need to do separate tickets. Sorry, guys. This is a learning lesson for me. The sports book is being a little, all right, a little crazy. Okay. So we'll remember all that. We'll get back to it and play with it in some different ways. Maybe touchdown madness is dead. These sports books onto us, not allowing us to put in these big, super crazy bets that we're giving out on the air, nonetheless. Probably everyone playing them. They're like, what is this? Someone's doing something somewhere. Okay, let's get to the late games. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, thank God. I hate it when there's 3. The 49ers and the Titans, all of them start at 425. I like the over here. I think Tennessee can score a little bit, and I think the 49ers will score a lot more. My dark horse in this game is Pearsall. You can bump him up to 70, 80 yards at a nice price. His baseline is 37.5. Don't doubt A.O. Manor and DK. Both of those guys right around 30, 31.5 yards for the Titans. And McCaffrey always gets receiving yards. He's at 40.5. So I think those would be some of my best bets. Now, George Kittle lives in Nashville. Don't you think he's a candidate for 2 touchdowns today as well? I would think so. So, throw in Kittle on a ticket somewhere. Throw in Pearsall on a ticket somewhere. A ticket like A.O. Manor and DK, just those 2 scoring by themselves is 20-1. Add on Pearsall, and now you get 80-1 on the 3 of those guys to get a touchdown this afternoon. Passing props for this game. Purdy, 242.5. Cam Ward is at 200.5. Touchdowns, alternate, Purdy, 3 is at plus 162. Cam Ward for 3 is at plus 880. I think Cam Ward's in the play. Interception today, I guess we'll throw Cam Ward on that list. Del Grande kind of called it. He likes the 49ers defense to score particularly. Do we throw Cam Ward on our rushing list because he's been killing us there? Yes. Why not? Let's go back to the well. We'll throw Cam Ward onto that rushing yardage list. If we rewind, I think we throw Jackson Dart on that rushing quarterback list as well. So that might be the ticket. Herbert, Cook, Jackson Dart, and Cam Ward. That would be a kind of a long shot payout for those guys to get their 30 or 40 yards. So use that for your quarterback rushing ticket. Herbert, Brady Cook, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart. That sounds like at least 2 out of 4 will check the boxes, and we'll be kind of close on the other 2. Hopefully we'll get it home. And then I think a good interception ticket as well. Brissett, Kenny Pickett, Cam Ward, and Jackson Dart. We can throw those 4 guys to throw a pick today. I think Shedeur Sanders will get throw a pick as well against the Bears in this cold football game today. I think the Bears grind it out and they get the win. Monangai, we'll start him for 2 touchdowns on the ticket again, like I said. Oh, yeah, we're back on this Tennessee game, right, with 49ers? Yeah. Okay. So the 49ers, I think, score a lot of points. What are their team point total, you ask? I shall tell you. The 49ers, man, this phone is blowing up today. 28.5 is their baseline. I think they should be able to get into the 30s themselves. All right. Duffy Dave does have a couple of picks. We'll go through those when he gets a minute. Tennessee total points, 15.5. I'll take a shot on that over, to be honest. 15.5 is a low number for Tennessee. All right, Lions and Rams. I fear for the Lions here. I wonder if this is a bad spot and the Rams are just going to try to make bloody murder out of them. Now, the Lions are good. They have offensive personnel themselves. 54.5 really is a number both of these teams should fly over, you would think. Good matchup. It really, really is. Jahmyr Gibbs is live. Puka Nacua is live. Both of those guys for 2 touchdowns on a ticket makes sense. I think St. Brown's live. I think Devontae Adams is live. I think it's all live with these receiving numbers. Puka's at 100.5. St. Brown's 78.5. Devontae 62.5. Gibbs 40.5 baseline. A running back baseline of 40.5. Wow. Superstar territory for Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs. Kyron Williams, 10.5 yards on his baseline receive number. So that's interesting. Rushing yards. Montgomery is at 29.5. Let's see him running into the teeth of the Rams defense for a little bit. I kind of like Montgomery rush yards over. Unless this is a game that the Rams are going to be chasing points the whole time, maybe he doesn't rush it as much. If you get a first half rushing number on Montgomery, that's what I would be interested in, maybe. Do we get a first quarter, first half? What do we have? First half? First quarter rushing yards for Montgomery. Yeah, you might not see him until the second quarter is the problem. My man Blake Corum showed up last week as well. He's just at 35.5, but I would play him for a touchdown. Montgomery's plus 165. Corum is at plus 200. Both of those guys, the score is at plus 685. Jameson Williams, what do we get out of him? Plus 185, touchdown for him. St. Brown plus 120. Let's see here. 2 touchdowns. Puka plus 480 now. That's dropped. Jahmyr Gibbs plus 330. As long as he's over 3-1, that's what you want. Devontae Adams plus 320. Kyron Williams 6-1. St. Brown plus 850. Montgomery 12-1. Blake Corum got 2 last week. I called it. I don't know if he gets 2 this week. I think he gets 1, 17-1. Tesla would be a nice long shot for a touchdown at 45-1 for him. Let's see here. What else? It's a lot of points. The baseline. What do these teams need to do to get to their baseline? The Rams is 30.5 and the Lions is 24.5. The problem I have here is that everyone in the world is going to have the over, and here you are stuck on 51 points. It's either that or it's going to be 35-35 at halftime, 35-21, something like that. So I think we get the points, I guess, at the end of the day. I like Puka the best. I think that's Doug Grandy was right on when he said that earlier. Anything Puka Nacua for 2 touchdowns, you got to put him with some other players throughout the afternoon. Tesla, a good long shot on the touchdown, I would say. What is the Tesla and Blake Corum touchdown pay? Let's see. 2-1 and plus 430. 13-1 odds for Corum and Tesla, both that have a touchdown today. Fun game, Lions and Rams. Can the Panthers Saints be a sneaky fun game? Maybe. Line 2.5 for Carolina, 41.5, up a full point. So maybe there is money coming in on the over for a potential fun matchup. You just don't know what the Saints are, really. The quarterback ran for 2 long touchdowns last week, so that hides kind of a lot of what they're trying to do, unless that's what he's going to do, which makes him live for our rushing quarterback prop. Should we throw him on that ticket as well? Let's see what he is. If he gives us a cheap baseline, maybe 18.5. Yeah, we could throw Tyler Shaw on a rushing yard ticket. Bryce Young is just at 7.5. He hasn't run much. You feel like maybe he could in this game, a game that matters. Quarterbacks run more this time of the year. It matters. They have to have it. And this is a game that they have to have. So when you ask that question, then you have to take the quarterbacks and their rushing number. And maybe we'll just start a new quarterback rushing ticket for the late games. If FanDuel's being mean and won't let me put 7-8 guys together at a nice long shot price. So I think of a chance to get over here. I wouldn't play the under per se. This is a interesting little weird game at the 4:25 window. It's a good TV number 4 game. Does Carolina have what it takes to kind of step up and win that division is the question at hand. I think the Buccaneers are going to have too much talent now that they have their offense back. So those important games are up ahead for Carolina and the Saints. All right. Mainly no play for me, I don't think. I'll try to play the quarterback rushing yards. I would take a look at Devin Neal receive yards over 15.5. That would be one angle I would take on this game. Rico Dowdle over 10.5 receive yards is interesting. So 2 low numbers that you can probably pump up to 25 yards and get a good payout. Let's see what we can get. 25 yards for Dowdle and 25 yards for Neal. Just those 2 guys together pays 10-1. You're basically asking the guys to run across your backyard after they catch the ball. So Panthers, Saints, 425. Be there. All right, Packers and Broncos. This is a good game. 425 Eastern time, Mile High. Green Bay, heavyweight. Denver, perceived heavyweight. How do these teams match up at the end of the day? I think we get points. I think we can go over 42.5 here. I like Green Bay on the road. So I'm going to take the Packers later to win this game. I'll probably take their team points over as well. Probably because their defense is going to be good enough to hold Denver in a little bit of a check. I think 34-20 sounds about right. 54 points or so, and which Green Bay can win a double-digit type of game. If Green Bay does do that, then minus 12.5 on the alt line at plus 440 is going to be attractive. I would actually take it to minus 11.5 at plus 420, since you're getting an extra point just for not that much less of a discount. Give me that extra point. Minus 11.5 is fine. Doesn't sound, you're like, Steve, what the hell number kind of is that? Trust me, they'll land on 12 and beat you when you lay 12.5. And the reason why we do that, 12.5 instead of 13.5, is there's so much willy-nilly now with the analytics, the missed extra points. We need to give ourselves that cushion for that mixed extra point or whatever the case may be, and not lay 13.5. Let's lay 12.5. That way we're still at-home winners with a 13-point lead. So that's kind of a professional way to do it. And I'm just going, looking at the number, I see 11.5 at basically the same price, plus 440, plus 420. The drop-off from 11.5 to 10.5 is such where it goes from plus 420 to plus 370. So a 20-cent change from 12.5 to 11.5. It's a 50-cent change from 11.5 to the 10.5. Therefore, the value to me is at 11.5. Let's just take that with Green Bay. So that's a good little lesson for you guys. Receiving prop wise, I'll tell you what, give me Doctavian Wicks 2 touchdowns at 100-1. I'll put that on a ticket by itself. RJ Harvey is 20.5 on his receive yards. I like Luke Musgrave over 14.5 on his receive yards as well. I don't see receive yards for Wicks today. They kind of give you a limited menu. Why, FanDuel? Be a little bit better than this. Jacobs is in for the Packers. He's at 62.5. Harvey, 49.5. Jordan Love, rushing yards. He's been good about going over that. Is at 7.5 today. Jordan Love for 25 yards rushing is at plus 640. I like that. That's one of the better plays on the board today. All right. So you can keep looking. You can go over these games 10 times and still find stuff that you like is the moral of the story. But we'll go ahead and throw the Jordan Love rush yards on a ticket somewhere. Plus 640 for 25. Yes, why not? Doctavian Wicks for 2 touchdowns. He just had to against Detroit. Why not? Other good touchdown. Jaden Reed's plus 350. Dobbs plus 230. Mims is 4-1. Ingram plus 430. Dontavian Wicks plus 650 for a touchdown today. I mean, even just for one, you're priced in to take that. I would maybe take the Green Bay defense at plus 850 today. I could see Nix throwing an interception in this game. So if you want to take Nix for an interception, I think that's fair. Give me Green Bay to win this game 34-20. Seattle and the Colts. 13.5, 41.5. It's all Seattle. How can it not be? All you're going to get is Taylor on the other side. Now, is he going to get worn out and crushed? Maybe Jonathan Taylor receive yards is the way to go. You'll get a nice price. Again, when you're running, why run into the teeth of a defense where you can kind of just get it out to the side? And they're not going to get Rivers killed here. He's going to dump it off. But the receive yards for Jonathan Taylor are just at 16.5. I think we take that over. We can take that all the way up to 40 yards at plus 450. I think it's fair. I like that. I like Rashid Shaheed on his receiving prop. He is just at 28.5. We saw him start to emerge last week. You want him capable in this offense going down the road. Let's just maybe pull one or two throws back from Jackson Smith, get Shaheed involved and a little more comfortable, and get him back on the scoreboard as well. I think Seattle rolls in this game, 41-10, something like that. I don't doubt Taylor gets his receive yards. I don't doubt Jackson Smith gets his receive yards. And I would take a shot on Rashid Shaheed as well. Quarterbacks to throw an interception. I don't know if Rivers will throw enough. He's at 158.5 baseline, but I think you can take him to throw a pick if you want to take him on an interception ticket. Darnold's been red hot. 3 touchdowns for Darnold plus 270. I think it's fair game. So Darnold passing to me. If you're going to find some quarterbacks to throw for 2 or 3 at a nice big price on a combo, we'll go ahead and throw Darnold on there. All right, so all Seattle to me. I think they roll the Colts. Hey, we said it on the show. That's why you need to listen to the show. We called the Colts collapse right when it happened. Saying, if they lose this game, would you not doubt that they could go on some sort of a skid? Sure enough, that is the case. We have 2 night games. Usually like you to think for yourself on the Monday night game with Miami and the Steelers. I'll take Achane to score and maybe take him for 2 because I'm on the Achane wagon. And I'll take the Achane receive yards as well. Probably do something like Achane and Warren combination of their receive yards. Warren finally got back on the stride last week with his receiving game, but you could do 50 yards for Warren at plus 920 and 50 yards for Achane at plus 350 and get 46-1 odds tomorrow night. So on a boost, that's not the worst thing. $10 to win, like 600 or whatever the case may be. And then tonight, give me my man Flournoy for the Cowboys to score. Another long shot, another long number for him. We've been red hot on the show with Flournoy. Flournoy, plus 450 for him. 50-1 for 2. I'm just sick of chasing CD and Pickens, and Flournay's been my man. He's been money, so I'll play him for a touchdown today. First touchdown, too, 20-1. I think it is very much in play. I think the Cowboys win. I'm still not convinced J.J. McCarthy is a good quarterback. The Commanders may have made him look like a good quarterback, but he might be a little more, let's say, discovered today by the Cowboys. Rediscovered as a bad quarterback. The smoke and mirrors show won't last down here in Big D is what I'm trying to say. Let's see. What else with the Vikings? Justin Jefferson, do you ever get involved? He's plus 175 for 1, and he's 14-1 for 2. burning me all year long, Justin Jefferson, and everybody who drafted him high up in fantasy. Cowboys for me tonight. Fournay at plus 450 to 1, 50 to 1 on a long shot ticket for 2 on a Sunday night. All right, so that's the list. I got Nephew Dave's best bets. Let's read this off. Nephew Dave, touchdown for Kyle Monungai, Jackson Dart, Terry McLaurin, and Rico Dowdle at 58 to 1. And then he also likes 1 touchdown for McNichols, 1 for Jacoby Myers, 1 for Barkley, and 1 for McMillan at 48 to 1 odds. All right, so those are Nephew Dave's picks. Our man out in New Haven, Connecticut, 4th and 1. My man Allah says, peace, fellas. Great content. He likes Diggs for a touchdown and Josh Allen for a touchdown in that Pats and Bills game today. He also likes a double-double for Johnson in the NBA. I'll let you figure out what Johnson that is for you. My NBA bets are down, which I'm happy about. I've not missed not watching the NBA. I've had a little bit more fun playing some of these college basketball first half unders. I haven't been overly invested. It's not like I'm playing, at 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, finding 3 new plays. Basically just throw a couple in every other 2 or 3 days and see if you can get something to stick. And I think we'll free roll college basketball if we stick to that strategy. NHL hit 3 of 4 last night. Soccer has been the nice one. I think I've won 3 weeks in a row, maybe even 4. Winners again yesterday on some soccer bets. Now, nothing super crazy. I think the range has been from about $350 to about $1,000. But we'll take that in 3 consecutive weeks, considering we're playing very small in soccer. So our bets are actually down for the most part. NFL, we've stayed steady as we basically win our money back and maybe a little bit more every week here in the last 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. Let's hope for a big hit today. My best bets are this. And I haven't given you the Big Steve lock of the week either. But I will, we've gone over all these props. So I'll give you basically the highlights of the props, and I'll give you the game stuff. But give me the over in the Cardinals and the Texans game. Give me the Patriots. Give me the Chargers on the all line. I'll take them on the money line. But if the Chargers win by 2 scores, not going to shock me. Give me the over in that game, 41.5. Way too low. Give me the Eagles to cover 11.5. Give me over 51.5 in the Ravens and the Bengals. Give me the Commanders plus 2.5. I'll take them on the all line. Try to win that game by double digits. I know it sounds gross. Give me the over in the 49er Tennessee game. And give me the Packers over the Broncos in a higher scoring game as well. The Big Steve lock of the week. We've had 14 weeks. We've had to play catch up on Thanksgiving because we missed a week. But we're at 9-5 overall now, which 9-3 was a lot better. We lost back-to-back weeks, I think, now. So the Big Steve lock of the week, if you need to bet 1,000 to win 1,000, I feel like every time I go for a total, I kind of get whamboozled a little bit. Let's take, you know what? Let's take Green Bay minus 1.5 in a good game. That's a hard one. It really is. I just think that they win that game. So Green Bay minus 1.5 at Denver today. In fact, take them on the money line minus 120. Don't worry about the half a point, 1.5. Got to take them minus 120 on the money line. Green Bay straight up to beat Denver. I'll kick myself when Denver wins. But I'll take the Packers, and we'll hope to go to 10-5 and be right at the 2/3 mark, which is great. If your lock of the week is at 66%, that's what you want. So we'll hope to achieve that. Let's see, higher scoring games. Let's see. If we do a super over on 2 games, let's just try the Tennessee 49er game, and we'll try this Chiefs and the Bengals game. All right, we'll cue up the best sounder in all the sports. Our 2-touchdown sounder.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Hey, give me 2.5 and a Ric Flair. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, 2 touchdown scores for me today. Go ahead and give me Saquon Barkley, Jamar Chase, Derrick Henry, Kyle Monangai, George Kittles, Puka Nacua, Dontavian Wicks on a long shot, 100-1. Give me my man Flournoy, 50-1 on a long shot. And give me Achane on Monday night for 2 touchdowns as well. All right, let's see. Anything else prop-wise? I mean, I got a lot written down. Let's just do a couple of the highlights. Again, Tyquan Thornton, there's no Hollywood Brown, so he's a cheap number to go over his number today. Pacheco under his rush yards, since the news is out on him being up to no good for the future. Let's see, Brady Cook, 1.5 touchdowns or his rush yards. Breece Hall receiving yards. Brian Thomas Jr. receive yards. Nico Collins receive yards. Woody Marks receive yards. Genty receive yards. Barkley, everything, and receive yards. Musgrave receive yards for Green Bay. Jordan Love rushing yards. Jonathan Taylor receive yards. Darnold touchdowns. Devin Neal receive yards. Rico Dowdle receive yards. The Bryce Young rushing yards, as well as Tyler Shaw rushing yards in that game as well. All right, guys, we'll go ahead and cue it on up. Went solo this morning. We'll see how my voice feels about that. I'll crack a cold one open. Be okay. We are at just about 1 hour and 10 minutes for kickoff. The sweat is on with the Patriots, 250-1 to go 6-0 in the AFC East. We'll talk about that next time. What the puck is going on Tuesday night. Nephew Dave and myself discussing the NHL. Sizzle Lean Wednesday at 12:30. All right, guys. Good luck on your tickets. Thank you for tuning in. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin. Week 15. We're out of here.
Times before.